Chapter 1743. He looked at Chu Yang suspiciously and grabbed him. I only saw that your aptitude wasn't very good before, but I didn't take a careful look at your aptitude. Let me take a look. Could it be that I was wrong before? And your aptitude is actually, Chu Yang said with a faint smile, you will definitely be shocked after you see it. Fishy said disdainfully, TSK, even if this meow had misjudged you before, this meow has never seen a high-quality physique before. No matter how outstanding your physique is, I won't be surprised. Br halfway through his words, Arun let out an earth-shattering cry of surprise. Then, he looked like an ordinary person who had seen a demon. He staggered back 3 steps and raised his head. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang said with a faint smile, How is it? Aren't you shocked? What the fuck? This is a fuck saying. Fishy panted heavily and his eyes were round. Heaven and earth have all 2 elements, yin and yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have all 5 elements. What the fuck is? I thought I was wrong before, but I didn't expect. How can there be such a trashy physique in this world? Teacher Cat was speechless. Chu Yang said with a smile, My aptitude is considered outstanding, right? Fishy rolled his eyes weakly and said, Yes, outstanding, really fucking outstanding. It's really the first time I've seen. Your physique is more than outstanding. Teacher Cat said halfway and searched for the right words in his heart. After a while, he said, It's basically the #1 trash since ancient times, the ultimate trash that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. It can't be cultivated. The sun and moon lose their light. It makes people speechless to the extreme. It's absolutely out of the ordinary, outstanding, and useless. You can actually cultivate with such a physique. It's really fucking unreasonable. Chu Yang frowned and said, Not suitable for cultivation? But how can my cultivation progress be so fast? Fishy looked at Chu Yang with some pity. Brother Chu, let me have a word with you. Don't look at how you're making great progress right now. Maybe it's because your cultivation method is unique, or maybe you've had a lot of opportunities and obtained a lot of heavenly treasures. But when you reach the earth level, your body will start to form a primal chaos of its own. You'll be damned. Your physique makes people speechless. Good luck. Chu Yang laughed. His tone was even more carefree, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. It doesn't matter. Right now, I'm at the peak of the human level. I'm only 1 step away from the earth level. I think I'll be able to experience it very soon. Listening to Chu Yang's laughter, he frowned deeply. She let out a long sigh, and her heart was filled with sadness. Because of his high status in the Miao clan, he didn't have many friends for half of his life. He didn't have many friends to mess around with. So he had been alone all this time. Although he was ambushed this time, he didn't have many friends who would joke around with him. So he had been alone all this time. She still felt very happy in her heart. She was with Chu Yang. She felt a kind of happiness like a legendary friend. So, she didn't want to leave at all. But at this moment, she realized that Chu Yang actually had such a trashy physique. On the other hand, Fishy couldn't help but feel sad for ZJ's new friend. If your martial cultivation really can't improve after the earth level. She seemed to have made a difficult decision and said, Brother Chu, I'll bring you back to the Miao clan and ensure your safety for the rest of your life. I believe I can still do this. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He could tell that the words fishy were absolutely sincere. After a long time, Chu Yang said warmly, Brother Cat, I'll take your words seriously. If it really comes to that, I'll look for you. You have to take care of me. She smiled happily and wagged her tail happily. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Chu Yang laughed and turned to walk out. Brother Cat, you play first. I'm going to gamble. His stomach was full of sincere friendship, and he was about to be touched by Chu Yang's sincere friendship. Suddenly, Chu Yang's words made him feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. In an instant, his stomach was filled with a strong feeling of wanting to fart, and he angrily roared, Get lost! Chu Yang laughed out loud and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Is Chu Yang really cultivating in the past few days? What Chu Yang saw didn't seem like he was cultivating. But in fact, Chu Yang was cultivating every moment. Every moment, he was madly absorbing the energy of the big elixirs in the tribulation space. He was madly absorbing the energy of the purple crystal and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the tribulation space automatically produced. The clumsy bird flies first. Chu Yang didn't think that he was a clumsy bird. But no matter if you were a genius or a trashy person, you were trash if you didn't work hard. Moreover, Chu Yang's physique was so different. Chu Yang was actually more anxious than anyone else. In these few days, he was practically sleeping. He would meditate for a while to recover his energy. Then, he would cultivate like a whale, swallowing the energy. In just a few days, 50,000 purple crystals in the tribulation space had turned into dust. And of course, Chu Yang didn't care about this. 5 days in a row, Chu Yang would go out during the day and mysteriously do some SHME from time to time. Every night, he would receive a patient with a disease. Moreover, Chu Yang's asking price was getting higher and higher. When he reached the first patient, he even asked for a sky-high price of 50 purple cloud coins. Of course, Chu Yang took back all the money he had spent on the swords and sabers that he had sent out for auction. Other than the last big piece of purple crystal jade essence that was not up for auction yet, Chu Yang received 7 million purple cloud coins from the auction of the swords and sabers that he had sent out. This money was quite a lot. At the very least, it could allow anyone in this Heaven Imperial Court to live comfortably for an entire lifetime. However, this was quite a large sum of money. If it was converted into purple cloud coins, it would only be 700. Even if Divine Dr. Chu added the money that he earned from treating the patients with diseases, it would only be slightly more than 800 purple cloud coins. This amount wasn't even a fraction of Chu Yang's target of 15 million purple cloud coins. Of course, Chu Yang had been going to the Spirit Beast game field every night for the past few days. Every time, he would lose money. After 7 or 8 days, Chu Yang had lost close to 20 million purple spirit coins in there. This amount of money was naturally not small, but with Chu Yang's net worth, he could afford to lose it. However, in the eyes of others, a certain king of hell became the representative of a fool with a lot of money. In this period of time, Chu Yang also tried his best to find a way that belonged to Chu Yang, but to no avail. Chu Yang was also somewhat depressed in his heart. If he wanted to gather 15 million purple cloud coins, if he only relied on the income from opening the men's hall, even if there were many customers, it still wasn't enough. Chu Yang was very curious about this. Unless Chu Yang had a super large corporation that had super businesses in every corner of the Heaven Imperial Court. Even so, he might not be able to gather so much wealth within half a year. But now, not to mention such a corporation, Chu Yang couldn't even do anything. If it was a new corporation, even if it was something that was super popular or suited to human needs, it definitely wouldn't be able to earn so much within half a year. As for using Chu Yang's medical skills to build a connection with the city lord, Chu Yang was also very curious. This was just paving the way for Chu Yang. When Chu Yang was rich and capable, he could use this favor to make the city lord relent and sell Chu Yang's Zhixiao Palace to Chu Yang. As for earning too much money from Chu Yang, actually, Chu Yang didn't have any hopes at all. What was the fastest way to earn money in the world? One was to rob, and the other was to gamble. But these two things didn't just earn money quickly, they also seemed to be able to spend money very quickly. Moreover, if he wasn't careful, he could even lose his life. Under the strict management of Zixia City, with Chu Yang's current strength, he wasn't much stronger than a shrimp. Rob? That was something he didn't even need to think about. Therefore, the only feasible way was to gamble. That was why Chu Yang had this idea. But in this period of time, Chu Yang would either buy spirit beasts from it or directly bet on the spirit beasts in battle, but he had never won. As for going out to capture, Chu Yang didn't have that kind of time now. So, how should he find the trick to profit from it? Chu Yang was full of questions as he once again walked on the path to the spirit beast game field. Of course, he changed his appearance again and turned back into that wretched gambler. After taking a few steps, Arun's expression turned gloomy as he turned to look at the dark alleyway. Hee hee, surnamed Jun, be straightforward. Hand over the money, and I'll spare your life." Along with the gloomy voice, two people walked out of the alley in an ostentatious manner. They stared at Chu Yang with a strange and complacent smile. Surnamed Zhun was the name of Chu Yang's fake identity. Jin Yukai. Yes, it was Chu Yang's clone. It had to be said that Minister Chu had set up this side character for ZJ, which was full of the joy of a nouveau riche. Moreover, he was really talented and really rich. In these few days, Chu Yang had been squandering money in the game field and had already attracted the attention of many people. However, as long as this Zhun Yukai left the game field, he would immediately disappear. So many people who had this idea couldn't do anything about it. In fact, these two people today were one of them, and they were the very persevering kind. Today, the heavens finally fulfilled their wishes and blocked this Zhun Yukai. At this moment, the two people simply couldn't believe ZJ's eyes. Damn, we're rich. So many people have ideas about him, but it just had to be us two brothers. Our luck is simply off the charts. Chapter 1744. What do you want to do? You want to rob me? The Heaven Palace is a place where laws are taught. Chu Yang asked with a frightened face. Laws? Ha ha ha. With your purple cloud coins, why do you care about laws? The man stared at Chu Yang with his eyes full of golden light. Robbery is against the law. Do you really dare to do it? Chu Yang seemed to be scared out of his wits. Nonsense. We are not waiting here in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. The man said fiercely. Quickly hand over the money, and I will be kind enough to leave your corpse intact. Chu Yang shivered and said, I'm so scared. Suddenly, he stepped forward and punched. Puff, puff, puff. Pa, pa, pa. You, woo, woo. A moment ago, he was still shivering, and the next moment, he was extremely powerful. The difference in his expression before and after was like heaven and earth. The two men were hit before they could react. In the Heaven Palace, Chu Yang's divine sense was indeed restricted. He could not check other people's cultivation level, but this did not mean that his divine sense could not feel anything. The two people in front of him didn't give Chu Yang any sense of oppression at all. This also meant that the strength of these two people was just average. Moreover, it was very average. So average that they weren't a match for a certain king of hell. It was true that the two of them were not ordinary people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the local spirit beast game. However, they were also not experts. If they were experts, they would not have been in such a miserable state. They would not have needed to resort to such a despicable method. At best, they were two Xian-level martial artists. How could they be a match for a certain king of hell? Since they were not a match for him, Chu Yang would not be polite. He left the north and south to fight. As soon as the two men said those words, they saw Zhun Youcai's face full of fear and horror. They were secretly pleased. Unexpectedly, the two men had already pounced on them. The two men did not realize what was going on. Their faces were slapped more than a dozen times. Then they were kicked to the ground dizzily. Their eyes were full of stars, and the pain was unbearable. However, they still did not understand what was going on. Just as they were feeling suspicious, they suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in their faces. A knife was placed on their necks. Chu Yang's cold voice resounded, "This is robbery. Hand over the money obediently. Otherwise, this old man will chop all of you up and not leave your corpses intact." The two of them burst into tears. "Oh heavens! Oh earth! Oh living beings that fill the sky! What was going on? How did the meaty creature that looked like a quail and a little white rabbit become such a powerful character in an instant?" The situation was reversed in an instant. Originally, they were the ones robbing others, but now they were the ones being robbed. Moreover, they were the ones being robbed. Moreover, they were being robbed by extremely vicious and vicious people. Just this little bit? Chu Yang weighed the pitiful 4 or 5 purple spirit coins in his hand and was extremely dissatisfied. He frowned and looked at the two people lying in front of him with broken limbs. His expression was very unfriendly. It was rare for him to rob someone. How did he manage to snatch 4 or 5 purple soul coins? This was too degrading. Master, Master Jean, if we were rich, we wouldn't have come out to do this kind of thing. Please be magnanimous and let us go like farts. We won't dare to do it again. The two of them were so regretful that their intestines turned green. But who would have thought that this arrogant and despotic person who would lose every time he gambled was actually an expert? This time, they had really hit an iron plate. That's true, Chu Yang frowned. Just by looking at the two of you, you look like paupers. How about it? Since you're both so poor, why don't you follow me? What? Follow you? The two of them immediately widened their eyes. They simply couldn't believe what they had just heard. For a moment, they even forgot about the pain of their broken limbs. This guy was a super rich person, and he was the kind that was stupid and had a lot of money. Yeah, just follow me around. However, I have to say the ugly words first. I'm lacking manpower right now, and it's not that I've taken a liking to you. It's just that I need you to do odd jobs temporarily. Besides, even if I really let you do things for me, you'll be restricted to a certain extent, unless I truly acknowledge you in the future. Chu Yang said coldly. To be honest, I can't be at ease with gambling addicts like you doing things. I'm also not interested in knowing your names. In the future, you'll be number 15, and you'll be number 10. Come, open your mouths. I'll give you sweets. Once you eat my sweets, you'll be my people. Remember to obediently do things for me. Hee. I won't be so gentle. The two of them were dumbfounded. Gentle? Now that you've broken our arms and legs, you're actually calling it gentle. Do you know what the word gentle means? Who was the teacher who taught you how to read? Why do you keep wanting to slap him flat? Chu Yang entered with ease. He entered the spirit beast game field. Thinking of the fear on the faces of the two after taking the medicine, he couldn't help but shiver. Just as Chu Yang said, it wasn't that he had taken a liking to them, but that he really didn't have more manpower at the moment. Even though Chu Yang was quick-witted and meticulous in planning, he only had 2 hands and 1 pair of legs. It was really difficult to handle too many things. It was necessary to have 2 more people running errands. First, he showed off his superb martial arts to intimidate them. Then he showed them the advantages and disadvantages of not having to die and earning money. Next, he healed their injuries and set their bones. Then, he fed them the poison and told them the specific effects of the sweets. In such a short time, Chu Yang clapped his hands and left. Now, only the 2 path-cutting thieves were left. Number 15 and number 10 were dumbstruck on the spot. They had originally planned to slaughter a fat sheep and become rich, but they didn't expect to become someone's slaves in the end. What the hell is this saying? Is there still law? Number 15 was crying and snot. It acts up once every 3 months, and we have to take the antidote once. My life has been ruined by this robbery. You can't say it like that. Number 10's face was filled with joy. At least he paid us back. Weighing the 2 purple cloud coins in his hand, he looked satisfied. He's really rich. It's not easy to find such a lucrative job nowadays. As long as we don't provoke that guy. It seems like it's also a good job. Sigh. It's too late to say anything now. Let's go rest and recover. I didn't hear that this guy wants us to go on a mission in 3 days. My God, the first time we give a mission, we have to run until our legs break. Why do we have to come out to rob this time? Although Chu Yang Jinyukai had experienced a robbery, his gambling interest had not decreased. He still entered the spirit beast game field with a rich and imposing manner. He was in high spirits along the way. Yo, Big Brother Jean is here. Tonight will definitely be a killing spree. Waha, what a sweet mouth. Reward. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother Jean is here. What do you want to play tonight? I'll take you there. Waha, you have good eyesight. Reward. Big Brother Jean has worked hard. Big Brother Jean is really energetic. Waha. Old people are energetic. You're right. Reward. Thank you, Big Brother. With money paving the way, Jinyukai Uncle Jean walked into the deepest part of the game arena like a crab. It was not until dawn that Chu Yang Jinyukai came out of the game field. This night, Chu Yang did not lose all the way. He was lucky enough to win twice. Yes, although he still lost in the end, and even lost a little more than a few days ago, he had finally figured out the pattern. With Chu Yang's brain, how could he blindly look for a way to make money? Just as he guessed, no matter what this guy did, he would only do it if he had a certain amount of confidence. Otherwise, he would not make any plans, arrangements, or waste his energy and time, especially when he lacked time the most now. Chuyang actually only had a hazy guess in his heart when he discovered that Mo Qingwu's Wind Fox seemed to be very interested in him by chance. Because other than Mo Qingwu, the Wind Fox was dismissive of everyone else. However, she was somewhat different when she was with Chuyang. She wasn't disdainful like she was with other people, and she wasn't close to him like she was with Mo Qingwu. Every time she saw him, she would circle around him a few times full of suspicion. They would walk away suspiciously, but after a while, it would circle around him a few times again. The situation was very strange. At that time, Chuyang felt that it was very likely that there was something about him that could attract the Wind Fox. But at that time, all his treasures were habitually placed in the tribulation space. The Wind Fox definitely could not smell them. So, what was it that attracted it? This also became a mystery in Chuyang's heart. However, after entering the Spirit Beast game field this time, Chuyang found the same situation again. It made him think that there must be something special about him. Maybe it was a technique, or an aura, or a treasure. In any case, there was an unknown object that could sense the Spirit Beast. In order to confirm his target, Chuyang had been changing his techniques these few days. Every day, he would bring a different treasure with him to experiment and test. On the one hand, he was constantly throwing money to create the image of a sucker so that others would lower their guard. On the other hand, once he figured out a mystery, he could immediately gamble and win big and win big. But in these few days, the effect was not obvious. Chuyang did not give up on this and continued to test Master Zhen. When Chuyang was about to leave the Spirit Beast game field, the staff who had been gambling with him these few days looked at him cautiously, hesitating to speak. Chapter 1745. What's the matter? Chuyang asked. It's like this. This person's name was Erhei. Even though his name was unsophisticated, he had been in this Spirit Beast gambling house for 7 or 8 years. He had a lot of experience. Seeing that Chuyang was not depressed because of losing money, he couldn't help but feel excited. He said, Master Zhen, for a rich guest like you, betting on other people's Spirit Beasts is a bit of loss. Other people's things are still other people's. How can it be more familiar with your own things? What do you mean? Chuyang was suddenly interested. Erhei chuckled, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. He said, it's like this. Normally, wealthy people all have their own Spirit Beasts, and often more than one. And such Spirit Beasts, as long as they go through a certain amount of training or unearth their innate offensive abilities, then they could transform into money trees and treasure basins with just a shake of their body. In addition to having an extremely high chance of winning, in order to match the weight of high-level beasts, our casino will not put the battle between them in this hall that is open to everyone. Instead, it will be set up in another separate venue. That place is the paradise of high-level gamblers. The stakes are extremely high, unlike here where there's a limit or something like that. Of course, if the bet is bad and they lose, it is not something that ordinary people can afford to play. Of course, this does not include a rich guest like you, Master Zhen. Chuyang frowned. He said, do you think I don't know this? But where do I have the time and energy to catch those Spirit Beasts? Besides, with my strength, even if I could catch them, their strength would not be high. In a high-level Spirit Beast gambling house, I would just be delivering food to them. Losing some money is a small matter, but the time, energy, and effort wasted is not worth it. Erhei smiled and said, a Master Zhen has just come to this place, so there are some things you don't know. As long as you have the heart, there is no need for you to catch them personally. You can go to the Spirit Beast market to buy them, or young ones, or some adult Spirit Beasts. Most of the time, some precious Spirit Beasts were buried in the trading area. As long as one was discerning enough, one could dig them out, keep them for oneself, or resell them. That would be a considerable amount of wealth. Of course, you will naturally not care about that small amount of money. Chuyang's eyes lit up. So there's such a thing. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, this is a way to open up a new path, a pretty good one. However, What part of my body can attract spirit beasts? However, he was still uncertain about this. If he couldn't figure this out, then he would have to be careful. Their chances of winning were still slim. Deep in thought, he slowly walked out of the game arena. Erhe was really lucky these days. Just the reward money he received from Chu Yang alone exceeded 100,000 water cloud coins. And this was under the circumstance that Chu Yang had been losing. If this big brother won, how much would he get as a reward? This was also one of the main reasons why he reminded Chu Yang today. Who wouldn't want more money? Otherwise, do you think the staff of the casino would be so kind? When Chu Yang returned to the men's hall, the sky had just begun to brighten. As soon as he returned to his room and pushed the door open, he was stunned. Because in his room, an old man was sitting upright on Chu Yang's chair. He was watching Chu Yang enter. Unexpectedly, he smiled warmly and said, "You're here?" These words were spoken very naturally. In fact, it was as if this was his own home, and Chu Yang was the one who had come to visit. "Who are you?" Chu Yang stared at the old man and asked in a low voice. His expression didn't reveal the slightest bit of surprise, as if this was a common occurrence. He slowly walked in and sat down opposite the old man. Since this old man was able to sneak in without anyone noticing, and had even stayed here for a long time, it meant that this person was a super expert. Facing such an expert, Chu Yang couldn't beat him. He couldn't even escape. Since he couldn't deal with him, he could only face him calmly. Any panic or loss of composure would only give the other party a reason to look down on him. That was all. The old man looked at Chu Yang. Seeing that he was able to maintain his composure in the face of such a situation, and even his eyes were as calm as usual, he couldn't help but praise, "Young man, you have a good temperament." Chu Yang chuckled and said somewhat proudly, "At least I won't be looked down upon in a single meeting." The old man laughed loudly, and his laughter was full of praise. Chu Yang smiled and got up to make tea. He said, "Where's my companion?" "Your companion went out, and I took advantage of the situation to come in." The old man said very straightforwardly, "That fellow's cultivation is far inferior to this old man's. But if he's still here, with this old man's current situation, it might be possible for me to silently enter, but staying here for a long time without being discovered is not so easy." Chu Yang immediately felt relieved. As long as there was nothing fishy going on, it was fine. Moreover, this old man's words revealed a lot of information, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It had a lot of support for the current situation. Far inferior, my current situation. Chu Yang already had some understanding in his heart. After a whole night of shouting in the casino, he spoke early. Returning to his own home, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't mistreat himself. He quickly made 2 cups of tea and gave one to the old man. Then he sat opposite the old man and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He said, "Since you came at this time, I presume you have something to tell me?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "No." "Oh." Chu Yang's face was indifferent, but he muttered in his heart. The old man's no was out of Chu Yang's expectations. "I've been by your side since you started the Hall of Men." The old man smiled, and his eyes were deep. "Old sir, you're very considerate. How can I be so appreciated by you?" Chu Yang said in a neutral tone, "Little friend, you're a dragon among men. How can I not be cautious? There's nothing wrong with being careful." The old man laughed. At this moment, the fragrance of Qingyuan tea filled the room. The old man seemed a little surprised by the fragrance of the tea. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and closed his eyes. He said, "The tea is good, and the person is even better. Little friend, there's nothing ordinary about you. You're really amazing." Chu Yang smiled reservedly and didn't say anything. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The less he said, the less mistakes he would make. During this period of time, you first opened the Hall of Men to treat my illness. Then you wantonly auctioned a lot of top-quality swords and sharp blades. Then you casually took out a sky-high price of purple crystal jade essence. In these few days, you changed your identity and appeared in the spirit beast game. You wantonly spread your wealth. Like spreading wealth, like a dandy, like a prodigal, like a prodigal. Don't say it lightly. The old man said lightly, and his finger gently turned the teacup. His tone seemed casual, But he completely exposed Chu Yang's whereabouts in these few days. He didn't leave out any details. Chu Yang maintained a faint smile on his face as he listened quietly. His expression didn't change at all. It was as if what the old man said had nothing to do with him. I've been keeping track of your whereabouts. I've been observing you. The old man looked at Chu Yang. When he saw that Chu Yang was actually so calm, he couldn't help but add this sentence to show his superiority, as if everything was under his control. Yes, what you said is absolutely correct. But so what? Did I violate the local laws? Did I interfere with anyone's normal life? Chu Yang quietly raised his head. That's not true. Well, The old man showed a surprised expression for the first time. He really didn't expect Chu Yang to suddenly ask such a question. It seemed reasonable, but in fact, it was completely unrelated to the situation in front of him. Aren't you surprised? The old man was really surprised. Obviously, he had lost his everything is under his control aura. Of course I'm surprised. Chu Yang quietly looked at the old man. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face. But why should I let you see my surprise? Right now, I only see your surprise. Isn't this a very good thing? The old man stared, and then laughed so small. Now, I already know all your secrets. What do you want to do to me? The old man smiled, but his eyes revealed a blade-like light. His awe-inspiring aura was not revealed, but it was real. I really want to kill you to silence you. Chu Yang honestly said, but unfortunately, I'm not your opponent. Acting rashly is equivalent to suicide. I haven't lived long enough. I can only choose to give up. Ha ha! The old man held his belly and laughed. As he laughed, he suddenly coughed violently. His face was flushed, and he almost couldn't breathe. He coughed like this for a long time. Then, he took out a white silk handkerchief from his bosom and covered his mouth. When he took his hand away, there were a few more red bloodstains on the white silk handkerchief. Chu Yang had been watching calmly. His eyes were like a ball of ice and snow that never changed. There was no sympathy, no pity, and no concern. Naturally, he didn't try to curry favor. With this old man's cultivation, he had long reached the point where he didn't need anyone's sympathy, and he didn't need Chu Yang's attentions. Chu Yang only knew that this person must have his reasons for coming to find him. Now, he just quietly waited for the old man to say his own purpose. Although Chu Yang himself had already guessed most of this purpose. You're very good. Whether it's your will or your means, they're all first class. The old man put away the silk handkerchief and said somewhat emotionally. Chu Yang calmly said, I don't deserve it. Elder, you're too kind. Huh? The old man smiled bitterly and said lightly, do you still remember which restaurant you ate and dined in when you first came? Oh, Chu Yang asked. I'm the big boss of that restaurant. The old man smiled lightly, reporting to everyone a piece of good news. I didn't want to say it first, but I really couldn't help but be excited. After continuous treatment every day for several months, the cervical and lumbar vertebrae are now infinitely close to the level of a normal person. Ha! The old man said that as long as there's no strenuous exercise after a period of rest, it's basically equivalent to 18. Damn, I'll be 18 in the future. Chapter 1746. Chu Yang was taken aback. With this old man's cultivation, how could he open such a restaurant? The saber that day was actually auctioned off by the accountant, and I got quite a lot of money. The old man's interest waned. Of course, I don't care about that anymore, and I don't need a heaven-grade saber. When the old man said the words heaven-grade saber, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Chu Yang just listened, his expression unchanged. He thought to himself, even a heaven-grade weapon is not important? Is the person in front of me a legendary saint expert? The old man continued, it's just that you came back to pay the debt later, which made me interested. That's why I asked people to check on you. I wanted to lend you a hand at some point. The old man smiled and asked, do you know why? I believe you have some doubts, right? Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, we don't know each other. Moreover, I ate your free meal. Even if I want to make up for the money afterwards and surprise you, we would only be in a situation where we are even. But you want to help me even more? This can only be said that you have your own persistence. I'm afraid that you think you owe me a favor for that saber. Although I didn't mean to do it that day, as long as I go back to pay the debt, you won't feel comfortable, right? Because for an expert like you, the most taboo thing is to owe someone a favor. Whether it's intentional or not, a debt is a debt. Chu Yang smiled as he analyzed in a clear manner. That's right. The old man clapped his hands and smiled. I originally wanted to help you silently when you were in trouble. I believe that there are few problems in this area that I can't solve. In the future, we won't owe each other anything, and I'll be at ease. You may not know about it, and that's the best result. But now, I've taken the initiative to show up. Do you know why? Chu Yang was still smiling, but he didn't say anything. You're really calm, little guy. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. The old man praised and said, You guessed right. I've shown up this time because I have something to ask of you. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but the old man already knew that Chu Yang was completely aware of his intentions. Sometimes, not saying anything was more effective and charming than saying a lot of things. Let's change a trendy phrase. It was just cool. Chu Yang was still smiling, but he still didn't speak. This old man has been observing you for several nights. Together, you cured a patient with this old man's illness. This old man has some experience in the field of medicine, or perhaps in the field of medicine after a long period of illness. As for that person, this old man has carefully examined each and every one of them. In this old man's opinion, they are all incurable diseases. But this incurable disease can be cured in the hands of little friend. The old man said in a serious voice, such medical skills. This old man admits that he has never seen anything like this in his life. He is truly exceptional. Chu Yang finally opened his mouth. However, this sentence made the old man so angry that he almost went berserk. Old sir, are you also? I have an illness? Was there something that was hard to say? You wish to seek medical treatment from me? You little bastard. The old man was originally calm. After saying that, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Chu Yang was already on guard, but this aura came too quickly and too fiercely. There was no room for him to react at all. His whole body immediately leaned back, and with a crack, the chair under his buttocks instantly shattered to the ground. He actually crushed a chair into smithereens just by relying on his aura. Wasn't this too domineering? One must know that this was the heavenly imperial court that restricted all martial artists. In such a situation, it seemed that even if Fishy went all out, he would absolutely not be able to do it. Very obviously, this old man's strength was definitely far above Fishy's. The gap between the two of them was quite big. Chu Yang patted his buttocks and stood up. He smiled faintly and said, Old Sir's cultivation is so terrifying. Today, little Kiki has really broadened her horizons. After the old man's aura burst out, he hurriedly took a few deep breaths. His face suddenly turned red again, and then he coughed violently. This time, he actually coughed for almost an hour. His whole body trembled like a sieve, like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Chu Yang even had a very subtle but very real feeling. When this old man coughed the most, if he were to make a move, the old man might not even have the strength to fight back. What kind of injury could cause such a peerless expert to fall into such a state? As long as I circulate my energy, it will be like this. After he finally stopped coughing, the old man was somewhat dispirited and disheartened. He sighed sadly. I've already lived through this kind of life that is worse than death for a whole 300 years, Chu Yang said calmly. It's really not easy. Since you can treat my illness so easily, your medical skills are obviously extraordinary. Then, do you have a way to treat my injury? The old man's eyes revealed a strong sense of hope. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. He did not directly answer and said, Old sir, what is your name? The old man's eyes revealed a look of appreciation again. Just this one sentence was enough to tell. Chu Yang was a man of principle. He did not treat just anyone. Back then, I was known as the Invincible Saber. At the mention of his old name, the old man suddenly straightened his body and a mighty aura was emitted. My name is Duan Sankong. Invincible Saber Duan Sankong? Chu Yang repeated in a murmur. He shook his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I've never heard of this name. Duan Sankong stared at Chu Yang and suddenly felt that he had punched cotton. For a moment, he was so aggrieved that his chest almost felt stuffy. Where did such a freak come from? Even if you don't have knowledge, you should at least have some basic knowledge. Even if you don't have basic knowledge, you should at least have some common sense. Back then, I shocked the world and my name shook the world. Who doesn't know my name? This guy actually looks blank. Don't tell me he thinks I'm bragging. He actually said, I've never heard of it so bluntly. How could Duan Sankong, who was waiting for others to kowtow to him, endure this? Duan Sankong originally thought that once he said his name, this little guy in front of him would immediately say, Wow, so it's you. I've heard so much about you. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Meeting you in person is even better than hearing about you. It's my honor to meet you today. Please accept my kowtow, and so on and so forth. Who would have thought that this guy would directly say, I've never heard of it? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sick, as if he had eaten feces. However, he couldn't get angry. Why would he get angry when he said he had never heard of him? Are you very famous? Although Old Man Duan was indeed very famous back then. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Sankong was tongue-tied for a while and couldn't help but cough again. This time, it wasn't because of his injury. It was because he was coughing to cover up his embarrassment. It seemed that the most embarrassing thing in this world was, when you thought you were someone important, you realized that you were not even worth a fart in other people's eyes. Chu Yang looked at Duan Sankong innocently and said seriously, I've really never heard of it. It's probably because I'm ignorant that I don't know your name. Don't say any more. You don't need a saber to kill people. Just a sentence is enough. Duan Sankong raised his hand sadly and stopped Chu Yang from continuing. He sighed deeply and said, Sigh, if my old friends hear this sentence, they might laugh out loud. Maybe someone will laugh himself to death. This old man has lost a lot of face today. Chu Yang nodded and laughed in his heart. Invincible Saber Duan Sankong. Although Chu Yang had never heard of this name, he knew that it must be a very famous existence. Otherwise, this old guy wouldn't be so arrogant. But now that you have a favor to ask of me, you still dare to be so arrogant? So arrogant. Do you think you're better than others? Don't say that I've never heard of it. Even if I've heard of it, I still have to say so. If I don't attack you, who should I attack? I just can't bear to see others being arrogant in front of me. You're here to seek treatment, and you still dare to be arrogant? You're rebelling. Please extend your hand. I'll take a look at your illness. I can only give a conclusion after I've seen the symptoms. Chu Yang took up the posture of a divine doctor and instructed him. As the saying goes, the other goes up. At this moment, the other party was already like a wilted cigar. Of course, Chu Yang had to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, the initiative had completely changed hands. Duan Sankong sighed and extended his hand, rolling his eyes. This moment was really boring, huh? Chu Yang exclaimed. As the sword spirit probed with his divine soul, Chu Yang was really shocked, because the sword spirit's probing instantly went in, and he was almost injured. In Duan Sankong's internal organs, there was actually a stream of saber energy running back and forth like a dragon, circling back and forth. Duan Sankong's pure cultivation was constantly repairing his internal organs, while that stream of saber energy was constantly destroying them. Constant destruction, and this kind of injury had actually persisted for 300 years. Chu Yang had to admit that he was impressed. Even if it was Chu Yang himself, if he had such injuries, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live for long. But this Duan Sankong in front of him had actually survived and struggled for 300 years, and could even use his own cultivation to move. Of course, he couldn't destroy that stream of saber energy, but that stream of saber energy couldn't really kill him either. What a terrifying cultivation. What an exquisite cultivation. But such a situation couldn't be maintained forever, because Duan Sankong obviously couldn't suppress that stream of saber energy forever. If there came a day when Duan Sankong couldn't suppress that stream of saber energy anymore, This stream of saber energy would instantly explode and turn his internal organs into powder. Then, after crushing all his vitality, it would break out of his body and fly away. There's actually such an expert in the world. A stream of saber energy staying in someone's body for 300 years? Who did this? Xu Yang's face was solemn. How'd you get injured that day? Duan Sankong sighed bleakly and said, when I achieved great success in my saber skills, I actually didn't encounter any defeats in the world for more than 1,000 years. I became more and more arrogant, thinking that all the saber masters in the world are nothing more than this. Cough. Let me tell you, it turns out that you need to pay 4 likes. Cough, cough. I'm embarrassed about this. Brothers and sisters, do what you can and don't force yourself. I always thought that it's free. Sigh. Today, a brother came to scold me. I'm very ashamed. The subscription is already very good, but it seems that I've asked for too much, huh? Everyone, do what you can and don't force yourself. I hope that you'll be by my side, but I don't want you to be poor because of me. I want to be happy with all of you. Happy together. Chapter 1747. Duan Sankong said in a low voice. Finally, one day, I was crowned with the title of Invincible Saber, which means that my saber is the best in the world. I was complacent for a moment and my mind was in a daze. I actually thought that there was nothing wrong with it, but I didn't know that I had angered someone. Duan Sankong sighed, as if he couldn't bear to look back. Who? Xu Yang asked. Lu Yongxiang. Duan Sankong smiled bitterly. It's a very ordinary name, but it's extremely powerful. His nickname was Infinite Invincible Saber. After hearing my nickname, he said disdainfully, a frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know the vastness of the Milky Way. How dare he call himself the Invincible Saber? When this old man heard these words, I was furious and traveled thousands of miles to challenge him. I also spread the word that whoever loses will automatically remove the 2 words Invincible Saber from his title. So it was a battle of fame, a battle of loyalty, and a tragedy for martial artists. Xu Yang sighed. This kind of thing happened too often. The heavens were like this, and so were the heavens. In life, who didn't want to be famous? However, some people would pay a heavy price for the sake of being famous. It could be life or life. Duan Sankong in front of him was obviously the latter, and the injury he suffered was indescribable. Because he was the one who took the initiative to challenge Xu Yang, he deserved it. After we met that day, Lu Yongxiang said, I didn't want to fight with you, but for the sake of the 2 words Invincible Saber, I'll only slash you once. If you can take it, I'll acknowledge your position. At that time, I was very arrogant and said, if I can't take your slash, I'll die here because I'm not as good as you, but if you die in my hands, don't blame me. After I said this, I clearly felt that Lu Yongxiang wanted to kill me. At this time, Lu Yongxiang's wife said, if you can avoid killing, it's better not to kill. After all, it's a life. Lu Yongxiang said, okay, since you said so, I'll spare his life. After he finished speaking, he maintained his sitting posture and casually swung his saber. After the saber strike, he immediately withdrew his hand and said, go back. Come find me after you've dissolved the saber chi. If you can't even deal with my blade energy, then nah. You'll only be courting death if you come again. After that, the couple swayed and disappeared without trace. At that time, there were many people watching the fight. I stood there for a while and felt uncomfortable. I was about to laugh and say that Lu Yongxiang was only SOSO. He had an undeserved reputation, but in an instant his internal organs were pierced by the saber chi, and he vomited blood on the spot. It turned out that that light slash had penetrated my internal organs with its sharp blade aura. I actually didn't have the slightest idea of such a divine skill. How frightening. Duan Sankong smiled bitterly. Back then, I thought that my saber technique had reached an invincible level, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even block a lightsaber strike from someone else. Moreover, the result of this slash was bitter. He actually allowed me to taste it until now. Over 300 years. With more than 300 years of pain, More than 300 years of living a life worse than death. To repay my frivolity and arrogance back then. Ha! Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, that cultivation level of yours was probably at the cultivation level of a saint. Duan Sankong revealed a look of reminiscence and said, that cultivation level of mine was at the lower level of the saint position. Chu Yang frowned. Low level of the saint position. He could be said to be a peerless expert. Even in this heaven imperial court, he could be considered a hero. However, he was imprisoned and tortured for 300 years by the infinite invincible saber, Lu Yongxiang. How high was that Lu Yongxiang? The peerless blade of the infinite, actually? Wait. Chu Yang frowned tightly and murmured, this infinite invincible saber Lu Yongxiang. Why do I feel like I've heard of this name before? Duan Sankong smiled bitterly and said, the infinite invincible saber Lu Yongxiang's name shook the world. He's also one of the few super powerful people in the world who never attach himself to any forces. There are countless legends about him in the Heaven Imperial Court. He's indeed an existence that can't be mentioned in the same breath as me. It's not surprising that you've heard of him. His seemingly calm voice was mixed with a little bit of jealousy. Sigh, you've heard of Lu Yongxiang, but you've never heard of me. This little bastard, is he trying to disgust me to death? Well, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I really didn't mean that. In fact, I'm just a newcomer who just ascended. I know very little about the famous people in the Heaven Imperial Court. No matter how legendary they are, they're indeed very unfamiliar to me. The person you mentioned just now may not be the person I know. Chu Yang pondered and asked, may I ask, what are the specific characters of this Lu Yongxiang? Dao Lu, Yong Yong, Xiangji Duan Sankong said. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, I remember now. I've actually heard of it there. Fortunately, my brain is still functional. What did you think of? Could it be that you know the infinite invincible saber? Duan Sankong was nervous. He really had a heartfelt fear of the infinite invincible saber and even began to fear it. He was afraid of everything that was related to it. Back then, that godlike saber strike had almost shattered his confidence. Chu Yang didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, he had a nostalgic look on his face. He had fallen into a long-lost memory. He remembered that one day, his master Meng Chaoran told Tan Tan and ZJ about the legendary people in the Heaven Imperial Court. Meng Chaoran said this, for tens of thousands of years, there are countless legends in the Heaven Imperial Court. However, there are only a few people who are at the peak of the legends. The rest of them are very powerful. Ordinary people can only look up to them, but they're not at the level of real, powerful people. Meng Chaoran first listed Feng Yu, Balu Qing, Ning Tianya, and others. Then, he started to trace back to the legends from a long time ago. Supreme martial artist Chun Feng and Supreme martial artist Liu Yun are naturally legends from a long time ago. But before them, there's another legendary classic person. Speaking of this, Meng Chaoran hesitated for a while and said, the person who wrote this classic is very strange. The records prove that he was before or after Chen Feng. In short, the records about him are all vague. At that time, Chu Yang asked, who is that person? Even if the records are vague, there should be a name, right? Meng Chaoran said, this person is the ultimate invincible blade, Lu Yongxiang. Chu Yang's memory was slightly different from the reality in front of him. This was because he clearly remembered that the Lu Yongxiang that his master Meng Chaoran mentioned was actually Lu Yongxiang. It wasn't Dao Lu. Could it be that these two people are actually two different people, and it's just a coincidence that their names are similar? But why are they both nicknamed the ultimate invincible blade? If it's just a coincidence, isn't it too much of a coincidence? Are they the same person? At that time, Meng Chaoran once said, this ultimate invincible blade has no limit. The blade has no limit. The person has no limit. The power has no limit. The future has no limit. The blade is the best in the world. The blade technique is the best in the world. The body of the blade is the best in the world. The aura of the blade is the best in the world. This is the invincible blade. Therefore, it's called the ultimate invincible blade. This person's whereabouts are the most erratic, and it's hard to track him down. Many of the glorious records that he left behind have been buried in the wind with the passage of time. However, people call him the living martial saint. This was what Meng Chaoran said back then. However, Chu Yang had never met this person when he was conquering the heaven-level continent, and he had never heard of anything related to this person. If he hadn't heard this name again today, perhaps this name would have been buried in Chu Yang's memory forever. However, who would have thought that after coming to the heaven-level imperial court, he would unexpectedly hear this name again, and it triggered a long-lost memory. Chu Yang was thinking now. If it's the same person, does the so-called living martial saint refer to the martial saint of the heaven-level continent? Or the martial saint of the heaven-level imperial court? Or martial saint? The last one, Chu Yang felt that it wasn't that big of a deal. It seemed a little too exaggerated. However, the martial saint of the heaven-level continent seemed to be incomparable to the two ultimate experts of the heaven-level continent, Chun Feng and Lu Yun. The difference was too big. However, even if it was the martial saint of the heaven-level imperial court, this senior's strength had also reached a considerable height. Moreover, this invincible blade, Duan Sankong, in front of him was a low-grade martial saint before he fought with Lu Yongxiang. Since this invincible blade was so relaxed and happy, seemingly casually slashing out with his blade while sitting down, and had troubled Duan Sankong for 300 years, and even had the possibility of trapping him until he died, his strength should at least be at the high-grade martial saint level. Or perhaps he was at the pinnacle level. And this cultivation was 300 years ago. After 300 years, perhaps he had broken through the limits of the martial saint level and reached the heavenly man level. It turns out that I have such an awesome fellow from the same hometown. What a surprise, Chu Yang muttered to himself. What surprised me even more is that this fellow from the same hometown is similar to me. He also has a wife. Your fellow from the same hometown? You're saying that the invincible blade is your fellow from the same hometown as you? Duan Sankong's face darkened. Yes, there should be, but I can't be sure now. Maybe it's Feng Jing and Ma Yang. Chu Yang nodded. Let's take a look at your old injury first. Today's main topic shouldn't be that invincible blade, right? How is it? Can it still be treated? Duan Sankong was instantly shocked. His attention was drawn back, and his tone of inquiry couldn't hide the hidden hope in it. The old man was more or less a little embarrassed. ZJ's original intention of paying attention to this little one was to compensate him a little, and then maintain ZJ's true colors as an otherworldly expert, disappearing without a trace. He wanted to experience the secret pleasure of leaving with a flick of his sleeves, hiding his identity and name. However, as matters stood, the tone had completely changed. Chapter 1748. Because when ZJ noticed this, he was quite surprised to find that this little guy actually had a lot of skills. After looking at it day by day, he couldn't stop himself. In the end, he even wanted to help him, but now he was asking for help. This seemed to be very different from ZJ's original intention. They were two completely different things. Cure. It can be cured. Chu Yang's first sentence immediately made Duan Sankong overjoyed. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Duan Sankong was a saint-level expert and had countless means to treat a knife wound that couldn't be cured even after 300 years. The difficulty of treating it was imaginable. Even asking for Chu Yang's help wasn't a desperate attempt. How could he not be overjoyed when he suddenly heard that it could be cured? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was wild with joy. Then, Chu Yang changed the topic and said, "However, I'll say this first. Firstly, this treatment will take a long time. It's an old injury that can't be cured in a short period of time." Duan Sankong hurriedly interrupted. "It's not a problem as long as it can be cured," Chu Yang said. "Secondly, because we have to gradually dissolve that mysterious knife energy, we need some corresponding medicines. These corresponding medicines, I'll raise all the money." Duan Sankong interrupted Chu Yang again. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. This damn knife energy had tortured him for more than 300 years. No matter how many famous doctors in the world had inquired about it, they were all helpless. Now that he heard that it could be cured, Duan Sankong naturally wanted to cure it at all costs, even if he had to go bankrupt. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Also, there's a certain risk in treating it. If I want to cure it completely, I'm at most 70% sure. Moreover, even if I have all the necessary medicines, it'll take at least 3 months of treatment. It'll be even shorter. Are you afraid of such a small risk?" Duan Sankong said somewhat anxiously, "No, you're at least 70% sure. Even if it's only 10%, I'll still take the risk. The treatment will only take 3 months? That's really too short. I thought it'd take 3 years, or even longer. The heavens pity me." At this moment, Duan Sankong was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. Chu Yang smiled gently. He very much understood Duan Sankong's feelings at this moment. To be honest, no matter how calm a person was, after being tortured like this for more than 300 years, when faced with a sudden opportunity to escape, how could they not be excited? Therefore, Chu Yang, who had always been narrow-minded, was very magnanimous this time. Master Duan's last sentence clearly said that he wanted to rely on Chu Yang for treatment. What did it have to do with Master Duan? If he really cares for you, why didn't you get better earlier? How much money do you need specifically? Or a heaven and earth treasure? Duan Sankong was obviously impatient. Duan Sankong did not want to hold back any longer when he thought of the infinite pleasure of being able to roam the world alone with his saber and the suffocation of hiding in this small city for more than 300 years. Ever since he was injured, he had tried to escape as far as possible. Back then, he was arrogant and frivolous, and he did not give face to anyone. The number of enemies he had made was truly a lot. If those people were to be reduced to such a state, and if they were to find out about his whereabouts, Xixia City would most likely be flattened in a single night. The required medicinal herbs need elixirs. Chu Yang calculated and said, "Elixirs?" Duan Sankong was at a loss. Although he had been ill for a long time, he was still not a real doctor, and he was still not familiar with certain medical terms. The so-called elixirs are top-grade elixirs, including wholehearted snow lotus, two-headed purple mist flower, three-flavored rose root, four-sided drifting grass, 5 elements bitter gourd vine, horn white fleece flower, 7-colored poisonous blood fruit, 8 three-headed flower, and resurrection grass. Chu Yang thought for a while, and then he listed them out without any reservation. "I have all the other supplementary medicinal herbs here, but the elixir that makes up the main ingredient is really precious, and I also have it here. I need this miraculous medicinal herb to synthesize the shattering medicine. Only this shattering medicine has the greatest chance of shattering the saber energy in your body, once and for all." Duan Sankong's expression was very interesting. In fact, as Chu Yang listed out the medicinal herbs, Duan Sankong's expression became more and more unsightly. These medicinal herbs were not all heavenly treasures. Even the wholehearted snow lotus, double-headed purple mist flower, 4 directions drifting grass, and 8 three-headed flower were relatively common medicinal herbs and could be bought in a slightly bigger medicine shop. The 3-flavored rose root and 5 elements bitter gourd vine were relatively precious, but they were not that rare. As long as one was willing to pay, one could also get them. However, the remaining horn fleece flower and 7-colored poisonous blood fruit were genuine treasures. They were heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and very rare ones at that. If that was the case, Duan Sankong was still confident that he could collect them all. The last, resurrection grass. Even someone like Duan Sankong, who had lived for a long time, however, he had only seen it once. At that time, it was auctioned at a sky-high price. If he really wanted to collect all the medicinal herbs, including the resurrection grass, he was afraid that all the wealth that he had accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years, as well as the worldly income of the past 300 years, would be completely wasted. He would definitely go bankrupt, and everything would have to start from scratch. Do we really need these medicinal herbs? Can't they be replaced? Duan Sankong asked with a pale face. Returning to one, shattering the void. Both are indispensable. Chu Yang's attitude was very firm, and his expression was as cold as snow. There was no room for negotiation. All right, I'll bet on this. Duan Sankong's face turned gloomy, and he said, I'll immediately issue a task to buy them at a high price. Besides, this time I've worked hard for tens of thousands of years, and I've become a pauper overnight. Chu Yang kindly reminded him, as long as your injuries are healed, do you want me to kill you? You're right, as long as your injuries are healed, I want you to kill me. Duan Sankong was shocked, and he said, I'll immediately go and get you to kill you. Duan Sankong immediately did as he said, and he turned around to leave. When he reached the door, the old man stopped and turned back to confirm again, Little one, are you really 70% sure? Chu Yang didn't reply. Instead, he calculated in his heart and said, if you can find all the ingredients, I'm confident that I'll be able to succeed. Of course, the prerequisite is that those medicinal herbs must be of good quality, at least. At least 70% sure. This was basically equivalent to saying that he was 100% sure. What made Old Master Duan feel confident was that Chu Yang added another sentence. If you find out that you've been deceived, do you think that with my current cultivation, I'll be able to escape from your pursuit? Will there be any benefits for me to deceive you? At this point, Duan Sankong no longer hesitated and disappeared like a whirlwind. He was like a galloping horse with its butt on fire. If he was at least 70% sure, why would he wait? What's more, what this guy said did make sense. With his strength, ZJ could crush thousands of people with a single finger. He could even blow him to pieces with a single breath. After Duan Sankong left, Chu Yang waited silently for a while, and finally revealed a trace of a victorious smile on his lips. Then, he dipped his hand into the tea and unconsciously drew a few pictures on the table. 5 words seemed to have dried up after a while on the table. That was the resurrection grass. Yes, it was that thing. The key to Wu Qianqian's awakening. Chu Yang had inquired many times, and many people knew that the resurrection grass was undoubtedly a top-grade heavenly treasure. With his current financial resources, he definitely couldn't afford it. Even if he was lucky enough to buy it, he wouldn't be able to keep it. As for Duan Sankong's saber wound, it indeed needed this medicinal herb to cure it. From this point alone, Chu Yang wasn't too surprised. However, Chu Yang didn't say that the prescription was complete. It was just that the amount of medicinal herbs used was slightly off. The actual amount of medicinal herbs was as follows: 1 heart snow lotus, 1 2-headed purple mist flower, 1 3-flavored rose root, 3 grams. For pieces of 4 directions drifting grass, 1 5 elements bitter gourd vine, 1 piece of white horn fleece flower, 1 7 colors poisonous blood fruit, 1 3-headed flower, and the resurrection grass 1. In other words, 1 stalk of resurrection grass with at least a dozen leaves was enough. In other words, 1 stalk of grass was enough to cure Duan Sankong. However, a certain someone would never state the specific dosage of the medicine, because the difficulty of getting 1 stalk of resurrection grass and 1 stalk of resurrection grass were about the same. The only difference was the price. There was indeed a slight difference, but it was only a difference of 3 to 7 times. Since that was the case, the more, the better. If there were too many left over, in order to avoid wastage, this divine doctor would fill his own pockets. Duan Sankong was just about to leave when Shifu Niao came back. Seeing Duan Sankong leaving hurriedly from afar, Shifu Niao stepped forward and looked back suspiciously at Duan Sankong's back. He asked curiously, was that white-bearded old man also here to treat my illness? What the heck, he's already so old, but he still has that kind of problem. A young man must be very strong. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of tea on Shifu Niao's beard and coughed repeatedly. Duan Sankong, who was far away, staggered and almost fell to the ground. With this old master's cultivation, any movement could be hidden from his eyes and ears. But Shifu Niao believed that Shifu Niao would rather keep his eyes and ears clear. This damn cat, the old man cursed in his heart. When I recover, I'll pluck all the fur off this damn cat. I'll show you who's the real strong one. Let's go, Shurfunyao. Chu Yang stood up abruptly. Let's go to the spirit beast trading market. Chapter 1749. Cat Sensei was stunned. Brother, are you really going to do something big? Let me tell you, you can't get addicted to gambling. Once you fall in, you can go bankrupt at any time. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, you won't fall in. Let's just walk around and see if there are any suitable spirit beasts. Let's each get one. Just treat it as a companion. Teacher Cat frowned. He obviously didn't believe Chu Yang's words. He said reluctantly, You have to be careful. Go ahead, I won't be going. As he spoke, he sat down with a sullen expression. What's the matter? Chu Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was it that made this cat teacher so gloomy? This guy had always been a heartless person. Nothing. Teacher Cat sighed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, he waved his hand and said, You can go walk around. Then he turned and went into his room. He even closed the door with a bang. Chu Yang rubbed his nose, feeling a little confused. He didn't know how to react at all. Finally, he turned and left. Teacher Cat seemed to have something to do, but it shouldn't be something urgent. It wouldn't be too late to come back at night to interrogate him. The matter over there was more important. The Spirit Beast Trading Center should be more convenient than the gambling center. Success or failure depended on this. Chu Yang was determined to dig out the secret today. Sir, are you here to choose a spirit beast? Sir, are you planning to rent or buy? Buy. Great. You can choose whatever you want. I have a most complete collection here. I have a complete and strong team of hunters. Do you want adult spirit beasts or young spirit beasts? Let's take a look first. This way, please. All right. Do you want a flying spirit beast or a fighting spirit beast? Or a supporting spirit beast? Or a riding spirit beast? I have poisonous spirit beasts. Or I want one that can shut you up. Do you have one? Chu Yang slowly walked over. He couldn't help but feel a little dazzled. There were simply too many types of spirit beasts here. There were too many of them that Chu Yang had never seen before. Buddy, you go greet the others first. I'll call you if I need you. Chu Yang casually tossed out a purple soul coin. Thank you for your reward, sir. That person left happily. I met a rich man. Ashji immediately quieted down. Chu Yang looked at this person's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Profound level. This level of cultivation was roughly equivalent to the first to third grade of Supreme Martial Artist in the Heavenly Realm. If he was in the Chong Tian continent, even in the upper three heavens, such a cultivation base would not be enough. He could also be considered a top-notch figure. Even if they couldn't dominate a region, they would at least be famous. However, in this Heaven Imperial Court, he was just a shop assistant who sold spiritual beasts. He even looked like he was enjoying it. He had the demeanor of a strong man and the pride of a strong man. For the sake of a single purple soul coin, they actually cheered happily and left satisfied. And he even had a fawning look on his face. Chu Yang really didn't know what was going on with this person. Or was this really natural selection and the survival of the fittest? It had always been people adapting to the environment. It was very difficult for the environment to adapt to someone. Seeing that the shop assistant had left, Chu Yang squatted down. In front of him, there was a row of small cages. Inside, there were fire foxes whose skin was as red as blood. On the other side, there were small wolves with golden skin. These two species were young beasts and looked like they were only 2 to 3 months old. All of them were petite. They looked very young. In other words, they were very cute. However, Chu Yang didn't dare to underestimate them. Since Ningguo was being sold here, he believed that they were spirit beasts with ranks. In this Heaven Imperial Court, spirit beasts with ranks were definitely not cute. They were ferocious beasts in their bones. Chu Yang pretended to be squatting on the ground to carefully examine the cub. In fact, he was silently operating the heaven-splitting divine technique and gradually releasing his own aura. Before this, Chu Yang had used all the divine techniques that he knew at least once. The Heaven Layer Divine technique was no exception. However, In the noisy environment of the Spirit Beast game field, it was really hard to make a judgment. Now was the best time to confirm. A misty fog that was hard to see with the naked eye was emitted from Chu Yang's body and entered the small cages in front of him. Squeak, squeak, woo woo. The cries of the firefoxes and golden wolves sounded at the same time. The young beasts in the cages seemed to have noticed something and stood up almost at the same time. They looked at Chu Yang suspiciously, as if they had discovered something, but couldn't be sure. Chu Yang was delighted. This kind of look was exactly the same as the look that Mo Qingwu's wind fox had when it looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang could even say with certainty that if these little fellows were confined in a cage and could move freely, they would have already started a circle around the city. Chu Yang's heaven layer divine technique was circulating faster and faster, and the aura that flowed out of his body was also increasing. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just when Chu Yang thought that the heaven layer divine technique's aura would attract more spirit beast attention, these little fellows turned their heads and went to do their own things. Although they would occasionally turn their heads and look at Chu Yang in confusion, the frequency was almost negligible. Chu Yang immediately frowned. What was going on? Why was it like this again? Chu Yang could be sure that the heaven layer divine technique definitely had some effect, but it was due to some unknown factor that led to the current situation. However, where did the problem come from? Sword Spirit, did you discover anything this time? Chu Yang asked in his consciousness. Since he couldn't figure it out, he naturally had to ask the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit was the expert in judging energy. Not for the time being. Let's do it again. The Sword Spirit's voice rang out. Since the first time, the two of them had started to experiment endlessly. The Sword Spirit was in charge of monitoring the inside of the tribulation space, but he couldn't figure out where this inexplicable problem came from. Chu Yang retracted the heaven layer divine technique and took a few steps forward, changing to another batch of spirit beasts. He squatted on the ground again and circulated the technique. At this time, there were also people walking around from time to time, gradually getting closer and further away. Waves of ridicule could be heard. Look at that idiot, squatting in front of a batch of the lowest grade spirit beasts and concentrating so hard to choose. He must be an amateur. Anyone with a bit of knowledge wouldn't choose those trash. That's right. Even if he chooses a king from among them, what's the use? Aren't low-grade spirit beast kings still trash? They're still in the low-grade category. I think he's just someone who has money to burn. One idiot. One look, and I can tell that he's a professional prodigal. No vision, no knowledge, no brain, no trash. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to all of this and wholeheartedly circulated the heaven layer divine technique again. Once again, and again, time and time again, it was futile. The people in the tribulation space kept changing. Everyone who saw Chu Yang's actions had the same contempt and ridicule, especially some of the young men with female companions. It was as if insulting other men in front of their female companions would make them look even more brilliant and powerful. They spared no effort and spoke more viciously words that were unpleasant to the ear. Accompanied by waves of bell-like laughter and pretentious pouting, it was transmitted to Chu Yang's ears again and again. Seeing that Chu Yang was about to be angered by the tribulation space's ridicule, the Sword Spirit cried out excitedly. Found it, found it. So that's it. So that's it. What? Found it? Chu Yang jumped up excitedly and laughed loudly. It's really found it. The few young men and women in the tribulation space were shocked by Chu Yang's huge reaction and retreated a few steps at the same time. Then they burst into laughter. Don't tell me this guy found something in that group of mountain drilling rats. Did he find the mountain drilling rat king? Even if he found the mountain drilling rat king, what's the use of it? Let me think. All right, the meat should be more delicious. No wonder he's so excited. Ha ha. Ha ha. Most of the people who came here to pick spirit beasts were here to gamble. What's the use of picking a group of rats? No matter how strong a rat is, it's still a rat. Scram. Chu Yang stood up suddenly and shouted. The strength of a peak mortal was unleashed without reservation at this moment. The group of young men and women could only feel their ears buzzing. Only then did they realize that this fool in front of them was actually an expert. Their faces turned pale, and they scattered like birds and beasts. Just based on this point alone, he was no different from the tribulation space. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, there was no difference. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Don't make me anxious. Chu Yang asked impatiently. Actually, it's like this. The sword spirit's face was actually a little embarrassed as he said, the previous few times, I've been observing the broken shits, which are the changes in the small animal's expressions. I didn't find anything at all. This time, I thought that this change might be caused by the shits at the beginning. So this time, I chose to observe the beginning. Shits? Beginning? What's going on? When your tribulation space divine technique starts to operate, a small crack will open in the purple cloud tower. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. From this small crack, a little bit of purple cloud spiritual energy will leak out. The demon race, or rather, the spirit beasts, are especially sensitive to this purple cloud spiritual energy. They seem to have noticed this little bit of purple cloud spiritual energy, which is why they see you in a different light. Chapter 1750. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. I see. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself in the face. If he had known earlier, he would have. This was such a simple matter. Did he have to put in so much effort? Why do the spirit beasts like the smell of the purple firmament tower so much? Chu Yang immediately thought of another question. I'm not sure about this. The sword spirit was a little ashamed. Chu Yang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He quietly took the purple firmament tower out of the tribulation space and put it in his arms. This purple firmament tower had once turned into a tall mountain in the upper three heavens. Its spiritual energy was dense, and its status was transcendent. It was majestic and unshakable. But now, in Chu Yang's hand, it was only the size of a finger. It was so small and exquisite that it looked more like a child's toy. However, the moment this toy-like purple firmament pagoda was taken out, the entire spirit beast trading market was thrown into chaos. For a moment, all the spirit beasts became restless as if they were rebelling. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, jumping up and down. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and the god of death was right in front of them. The specific behavior was as follows. The wild wolf, which had been tamed for several years, suddenly bit the hand of the breeder fiercely. Then, it struggled to break free from the shackles and rushed over like a madman, even though its skin and flesh were torn. The white tiger, which had been here for more than a year and had long been confirmed by the breeder to have lost its wild nature, suddenly roared fiercely. Its momentum shook the heavens and the earth, showing the might of a beast king. The earth dragon roared madly, as if this was its final moment. The firebird almost shook off all the feathers on its wings in a frenzy. Even the highly poisonous, seven-colored poisonous snake was moving around impatiently. It hissed and flicked its tongue. Its originally cold-blooded eyes were now filled with impatience. The entire spirit beast trading market was instantly in chaos. It was unbelievably chaotic. All the managers were in a state of panic. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were bitten and pecked by the spirit beasts. Several people were bleeding, and their faces quickly turned black and purple. These people were obviously poisoned, a poison that could easily endanger their lives. But the safety preparations of the spirit beast trading market were still in place. In just a moment, many people came to help and laid out stretchers. He dragged the poisoned and injured people up and disappeared like a whirlwind. Many high-level martial artists also rushed over one after another. They went near some high-ranked spirit beasts and kept suppressing them, hoping that the spirit beast's fear of formidable deterrence would calm them down. Many other waiters came over and kept apologizing to the guests and wishing them a happy new year. Anyway, you hear what's good. In short, the entire spirit beast arena fell into extreme chaos. However, no one noticed that in such a chaotic place, a supernouveau riche was the one who started all this. And this supernouveau riche was still squatting there like he was taking a dump. He was petrified. Even the service staff who were responsible for comforting the guests did not notice the petrified Chu Yang. The guests present were either panicking, angry, or even trying to take advantage of the situation. However, no one was petrified. Moreover, he was petrified in the posture of defecating. The reason why Chu Yang was so petrified was because Chu Yang really couldn't think of anything. As soon as the purple firmament pagoda was taken out, it actually had such a powerful effect. It was simply going to turn the world upside down. Some of the spirit beasts that had turned a blind eye to him suddenly regarded him as their savior. The spirit beasts who had rolled their eyes at him. Suddenly, they were as close as brothers who had been separated for 100,000 years. It turned out that it wasn't the fear of the end of the world or the fear of death. Instead, it was the excitement of suddenly feeling the most intimate and irresistible feeling and taste. The enthusiasm of this moment made Chu Yang directly stunned. It was really too unexpected. What was this situation? Looking at all the spirit beasts around him being so affectionate, even if they were separated by cages, even if their bones were broken and their claws were broken, they still wanted to squeeze over. Those pairs of eyes were surging with strong feelings that did not care about life and death. Chu Yang suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Was this the hidden, mysterious power of the Purple Firmament Tower? Did the Purple Firmament Tower actually have the mysterious power to attract all the spirit beasts in the world? What exactly did the Purple Firmament Emperor leave behind? Or what did he do in the past? Or was he actually, what was he? Chu Yang held the Purple Firmament Tower in his hand again. The next moment, Chu Yang actually clearly felt that his divine sense that had been sealed by the heavenly imperial palace boundary suddenly unfolded again without any restrictions at this moment. The power of this Purple Firmament Tower could actually easily break through the divine sense seal brought about by the heavenly imperial palace without any effort. If it was just a breakthrough, it would be enough to be shocking. But what really shocked Chu Yang was that the power of the Purple Firmament Tower could break through the heavenly imperial palace boundary without any sound and without attracting anyone's attention at all. The power of this power had already completely exceeded Chu Yang's understanding. It was really too powerful. What exactly was the Purple Firmament Tower? How could he have such a mysterious and powerful thing? Chu Yang's divine sense actually enveloped the spirit beast trading market within a radius of a few hundred miles in an instant. At this moment, Chu Yang felt like a fish that had returned to the sea. That kind of freedom and comfort that he had not felt for a long time made him truly feel what it was like to be in heaven and to want to die. It was like a blind person who suddenly regained his sight. The excitement in his heart was forcibly suppressed by Chu Yang. Excitement, happiness, it was not good to overdo it. A mistake would lead to disaster. The scene before him was a clear proof. Right now, the most important thing was to find a spirit beast that could make him rich. Chu Yang immediately began to search. Chu Yang, who had recovered his divine sense, was confident that he could find the target he was looking for in an instant. But he failed. He didn't find it. It would be strange if he could find it. Chu Yang's divine sense had recovered. Nothing in the entire spirit beast trading market could hide from his senses. But this had nothing to do with the target spirit beast he was looking for. As far as his divine sense could reach, all the spirit beasts in the entire spirit beast trading market were cheering and jumping enthusiastically. Chu Yang only felt that his eyes were dazzled. He didn't know which one to choose. Sword Spirit. Chu Yang could only ask the Sword Spirit for help because he was really a little confused. The Sword Spirit also spent a lot of effort to carefully observe. He hesitated for a long time, frowned, and said, "What is this? I saw it clearly just now, so I couldn't find a target. Now that I've seen it all clearly, I still can't find a target. I really don't understand. Which one is the target you want? Although each spirit beast here has a rank, it's not high enough. If you really put them on the field, the chances of winning are very small. Do you plan to make money by relying on them? It's good enough that you don't lose money." Chu Yang frowned. He walked forward and said, "Since you've seen it clearly, introduce the spirit beast to me. This is not a problem. The spirit beasts in the Heavenly Imperial Court can be roughly divided into 4 levels: Xian, earth, heaven, and saint. This classification corresponds to the martial artist's rank. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper and lower. The Xian level is the lowest. As long as there is an earth-level spirit beast has the ability to sweep away all the spirit beasts in this Xia city. As for the heaven level, it belongs to the legendary level and is relatively rare. As for the saint level, it's a legend among legends. Even the legends say that there are only 3 to 5 of them. Moreover, no one has seen it with their own eyes. The spirit beasts here. Most of them belong to the Xian level, and most of them are at the lower level. Only a small portion of them are at the earth level, and only 2 or 3 of them are at the upper level. Moreover, they're all cubs. Such cubs need to be trained for at least 10 years before they can participate in battles. Moreover, the price to buy them is very high. Chu Yang frowned tightly. According to his experience, the auras of the spirit beasts that could dominate the spirit beast gaming field were much more powerful than the spirit beasts here. There was simply no comparison between the two. If so, then wouldn't he have come here in vain? Just as he was pondering, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a strange spirit beast hiding in a corner of the spirit beast transaction center. The reason why Chu Yang was interested in this spirit beast was very simple. Almost all the spirit beasts in the entire spirit beast transaction center were agitated by the aura of the purple firmament tower. But this spirit beast didn't become agitated. In fact, it even seemed to be disdainful of the aura of the purple firmament tower. It merely rolled its eyelids and then drooped them down. It continued to lie there lazily and looked half dead. Huh? Chu Yang couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed this. All the spirit beasts had gone crazy, but this guy was still indifferent. What's wrong? Did you find something? The sword spirit asked. Nothing, nothing. Chu Yang had already walked over with quick steps. There wasn't much time left. So, Chu Yang quickly walked to the side of that strange spirit beast. Speaking of being strange, this spirit beast was indeed extremely strange. It was sloppy and slovenly. Its appearance was also very strange. It was lying there. Its entire body was 30 feet long. Its fur was brightly colored. At first glance, it looked like a tiger. But it didn't have the king character on its forehead. Its tail was curled up into a ball. It wasn't drooping like a tiger's tail. Its ears were perked up, and they weren't big. They were a little pointy, and the look in its eyes was very strange. This animal's eyes were somewhat lazy. Although it looked very similar to a tiger, the difference in aura was too great. However, if this thing was a kitten that had been magnified hundreds of times, it seemed to be very similar to the image. But how could there be such a big cat in the world? If a cat could grow so big, then how could there be a tiger in the world? It would be better to call it cat. The more Chu Yang looked at it, the stranger it became. This guy looked like a cat, but also like a tiger. It looked like a cat, but also like a tiger. He had never seen such a strange guy in his memory. What was it? Chapter 1751. Another strange thing about this strange animal was that it wasn't confined in a cage. Instead, it was lying on its side, lazily basking in the sun. There were no ropes or chains around its neck either. In other words, the harmless image of this guy was probably already deeply rooted in people's hearts. The truth was probably not far from this. Chu Yang walked up to it, squatted down, and observed it carefully. When this strange animal saw that a human had arrived, it also opened its lazy eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Deep in its eyes, there was actually a trace of disdain and contempt. It was a kind of faint contempt. Although it was like the wind passing by without a trace, it really existed. It was as if the gods of the heavens were looking down on mortals. It was as if they were not in their eyes at all, as if they were looking down on mortals. Only when Chu Yang got closer did he realize that the fur all over this guy's body was almost purple. It actually faintly exuded a kind of aura. Sword Spirit, take a closer look. Do you recognize what kind of spirit beast this is? The more Chu Yang looked, the more curious he became. I really haven't seen it before. The sword spirit carefully identified it for a moment and finally shook his head gloomily. Sword Master, this doesn't seem to be a spirit beast. It's just an ordinary wild beast. Ordinary wild beast. Chu Yang was stunned. It can't be? Why would an ordinary wild beast be here? You must be mistaken. It doesn't make sense. That strange animal suddenly growled from its throat. It rolled its eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Then it rolled over and lay down on its back. It seemed that it had completely lost interest in a certain king of hell in front of it and was turning a blind eye to him. The next moment, it stretched out a front paw and scratched its belly contentedly. It seemed that this seemingly intentional and unintentional action had already exceeded the boundary of turning a blind eye. It directly treated Chu Yang in front of it as air. This guy looked very sloppy, but the fur on its belly was actually snow white and spotless. It was really clean to the extreme. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes lit up again. A strange species must have something strange about it. Even if this guy in front of him was a real wild beast, it was still a strange wild beast. Then, Chu Yang put away the purple cloud tower and waved his hand to summon the steward here. Buddy, what kind of spirit beast is this? Chu Yang asked. The steward looked at Chu Yang with a funny expression and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Guest, this is not a spirit beast. What a fucking joke." There was actually someone who had taken a fancy to this lazy guy who was just waiting to die. Something new had happened today. First, the animals that had not been seen in 100 years were inexplicably agitated. Following that, there was another idiot who mistook a wild beast for a spirit beast. He even seemed to have the intention of buying it. This was simply too refreshing. There were so many spirit beasts here, yet he didn't look at them. Instead, he took a fancy to an ordinary beast that didn't know how to do anything. If he didn't have too much money to burn, then he was a complete idiot. Do you think that choosing a spirit beast is like choosing a pet? You're saying that this isn't a spirit beast? Chu Yang frowned. Since it's not a spirit beast, why did you place it here? Dear guest, please listen to me. Actually, I don't know the exact origins of this fellow, but I heard from my senior that this beast came to us on its own and wasn't captured by our company's beast-catching team. I don't know when exactly it came, but it seemed to have suddenly appeared. And after it came here, it has been very docile. It ate whatever was there to eat and didn't eat anything else. It has been lying here all this time, not moving at all, and it won't cause any trouble. Although it's huge in size, it's very obedient. If it wasn't for the fact that it's completely harmless, why do you think we placed it here without confinement? The steward rolled his eyes and said, "But, dear guest, in fact, this fellow is indeed very cute. If you want to buy it back as a pet or something, it'll definitely be worth the money. It'll definitely be awe-inspiring when you bring it out." It was rare that someone had taken a fancy to this fellow that no one would want even if it was given away for free. How could he not brag about it? If he could really sell it, he could even get back some money for the feed. There weren't many spendthrifts like this in this Heaven Imperial Court. Just based on this fellow's size, it's definitely not wrong. By the way, what kind of species is this fellow? A tiger? Or something else? This fellow belongs to your shop, so you must have some information about it, right? Chu Yang asked with great interest. This? I really don't know. In our Heaven Imperial Court, there's no record of such a strange animal. No one has ever seen it before. If you ask me, maybe it's some legendary rare beast. Seeing that this fellow was really interested, the steward suddenly became spirited and hurriedly boasted about it vigorously. Finally, this foodie was going to be sold. According to the analysis of my seniors, this fellow may also be the crossbreed of a cat and a tiger. As the steward said this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Chu Yang's eyes widened. What? The crossbreed of a cat and a tiger? Your cat can crossbreed with a tiger? Damn it. How can it be crossbred? Did a cat crossbreed with a tiger? Or did a tiger crossbreed with a cat? Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. Let's talk about the size first. A tiger's thing is also bigger than a cat's, right? A cat's thing is not even as good as a toothpick to a tiger. How do you explain it? The steward was dumbfounded and sweated profusely. Didn't I just say something wrong? Do you have to be so agitated? I'm talking about the animal, not you. What the steward didn't know was that behind him The strange animal also propped up half of its body and glared fiercely at the steward's back. It opened its mouth and revealed its white fangs. Even the fur on its head stood up one by one, as if it was unable to restrain its anger. But then it lowered its head and continued to scratch its stomach. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how much this wild beast is worth." Chu Yang asked. A certain king of hell wasn't stupid. He directly locked the price on the wild beast. "You dare to sell a wild beast at the price of a spirit beast? If you really want to buy it, then—" The steward's eyes turned. 50 purple soul coins. Seeing that Chu Yang's expression was unhappy, he hurriedly said, "Sir, 50 purple soul coins really isn't much. Such a big one. Even if you kill it and sell it, you can sell it for dozens of purple soul coins." When the feline that looked like a cat and tiger heard this, the fur on its body stood up again. "All right." Chu Yang didn't intend to bargain. He happily gave the money. When he said, "wild beast," just now, it was probably a psychological hint. He was afraid that the steward would be suspicious and cause unnecessary trouble. This fellow could ignore the aura of the purple firmament tower. What kind of wild beast could do that? Just this point alone made Chu Yang recognize that it was extraordinary. Not to mention 50 purple soul coins. Even if it was 50 purple cloud coins, Chu Yang felt that it was worth it. But now, it was better to save as much as possible. If he really gave a high price, it might attract suspicion. The manager received the 50 purple spirit coins and immediately beamed with joy. "Congratulations, esteemed guest. This ferocious beast is now yours. Although it's not a spirit beast, its appearance is definitely one of a kind in the Heaven Imperial Court. Just this point alone, even if you don't make a profit, you'll still be awe-inspiring when you take it out. Don't you think so?" Chu Yang frowned. He snorted and said, "What a load of nonsense. Would my eyesight be wrong? All right, how do I take it away? Do I need to sign a divine contract?" The steward's eyes widened to the extreme. If it weren't for his eyes, they might have shot out. He stuttered, Sir, you want to sign a divine contract with such a wild beast?" Just now, he was praising this fellow to the heavens. Maybe the legendary rare beast had become a wild beast in the blink of an eye. The steward cursed in his heart. Can you be any more stupid? This fellow's brain must be damaged. There's so many spirit beasts out there, and you want to sign a contract with an ordinary wild beast? No attack, no defense, no speed. It had no strength. It was a product that was completely useless from head to toe. This fellow's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. "Nonsense," Chu Yang said matter-of-factly. "If I don't sign a contract, how can I take it away? Is your brain damaged, or has it been kicked by a donkey? Why are you asking such stupid questions? How can your boss be at ease with you serving customers?" The steward's face twisted. After a while, he said this, "Signing a contract requires another 100 purple soul coins. Since you want to sign a contract with a piece of trash, why should I stop you? Anyway, I'm not the unlucky one. When the time comes, I'll know who's the one whose brain was damaged and who was kicked by a donkey." Chu Yang was very straightforward. "Isn't it just 100 purple soul coins? Take it." The steward took out a piece of beast parchment. On it, the seal of the Heavenly Watchtower's Eastern Royal Heavenly Oath Division was impressively written. First, he burned incense and prayed. Then, he took out a bottle of strong alcohol and poured it on the oath. When Chu Yang and the strange animal were not far apart, the oath suddenly lit up. The oath paper instantly scattered into specks of starlight and flew towards the foreheads of Chu Yang and the wild beast. A trace of disdain flashed past the eyes of the fellow lying lazily on the ground. It didn't resist at all during the entire process. To be more precise, it didn't even react much. A certain king of hell, who was full of joy, felt that he had succeeded. He suddenly screamed, and his divine sense, which had just recovered, was almost completely scattered. The steward, who was carrying out the oath, let out a miserable groan at the same time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the power of the oath had actually rebounded violently. For a moment, he was confused and confused. Why? The steward said in a daze. Why did this happen? What's going on? The strange animal that looked like a cat and a tiger lazily rolled its eyes. It was still indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with it. Under Chu Yang's constant urging, the steward didn't believe in heresy and changed the oath paper again. This time, it was very straightforward. Chu Yang screamed and jumped up. He had a splitting headache, and it wasn't fake at all. The steward directly twitched and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he fainted magnificently. The sword spirit, who was in the tribulation space, was dumbfounded by this unexpected situation. What exactly is going on? I just applied for a public WeChat account. Everyone, quickly take out your phones and add me. You can go to my Sina Weibo or 10-cent Weibo to see the pinned Weibo. You can scan the QR code there. You can also directly search for the account, Z790625200300723. My nickname is Wind Conquers the World. You can find me. Come quickly. I'm waiting for you. Brothers and sisters, welcome to join. If there's any new news in the future, I'll share it with you at any time. It's my first time doing it, and I don't have any experience. Then, I made the number too long. Sigh. It's a mistake. I hope everyone doesn't mind. The point is, it's my first time doing it. Come on, brothers and sisters, what are you waiting for? Chapter 1752. Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. Does the problem come from this beast? What kind of beast can be so evil? Chu Yang went forward and put on a very amiable and cordial face. Then, he said in an extremely gentle voice, Hey, buddy, do you want to go out with me for a stroll? How about we go and conquer the world together? The sword spirit held his forehead in the tribulation space and almost fainted. Oh, my lord swordmaster, even if you talk to a spirit beast like this, it won't understand, let alone an ordinary beast. What kind of master did I follow? This strange animal raised its head and looked at Chu Yang. Then it lazily lowered its head again. It doesn't seem to understand. This possibility is more likely. It would be strange if it could understand. That's a beast. Of course. There's another possibility. That meant that he understood but was unwilling. Damn you. With your poor and destitute appearance, you still want me to follow you and suffer hardships? Anyway, no matter which possibility it is, there's a little bit of disdain in it. Are you willing to be my partner? Let's be friends? I'm very sincere. Don't tell me that this sincere face of mine isn't enough to explain the problem. Chu Yang didn't give up and asked. He directly threw away his face. That guy lowered its head and began to comb its beard with its claws. It completely ignored Chu Yang. Damn it. Chu Yang grabbed this guy and wanted to pull it up and take it away, but he unexpectedly found that this guy was as heavy as a mountain and didn't move at all. Damn it. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. The strength of his hands is more than 10 million pounds. Although he didn't use all his strength when he pulled just now, even 100 dull tigers would have been lifted up. But now he can't pull this guy. Moreover, it made a few grunting sounds and rolled its eyes. It was obviously a little dissatisfied. I obviously don't want to go with you, so why are you pulling me? Chu Yang was also stunned. What the hell is going on? I've paid the money, but the contract can't be completed. It seems that I can't take it away. Isn't it stupid? The sword spirit was full of suspicions. Lord Swordmaster, why do you want this useless guy? This guy doesn't even have the slightest bit of offensive power. Even if we bring him back, it has nothing to do with your grand plan. Chu Yang frowned and said, My intuition tells me that this guy is very unusual. Moreover, although his current body looks huge, it actually gives people a dreamlike, illusory feeling. Just now, when I grabbed it with my hands, it seemed to really exist. This guy is definitely not simple. He's definitely not an ordinary wild beast. The sword spirit scoffed at this. I really can't see what's so special about this guy. Is it that it's rare to be both a cat and a tiger? From the looks of it, it was at most a piece of trash that could be slaughtered and eaten. Otherwise, it would be kept for fun. Although Chu Yang really wanted her, he couldn't take her away. So, he could only sigh helplessly. He sighed and said, I can't believe that I, the master of the Calamity Sword, a legendary legend, can't even take a tiger away. He suddenly felt that the world was very vast. The Calamity Sword seemed to have sensed something. Unconvinced, it jumped in his dantian. Chu Yang waved his hand and summoned the Calamity Sword. It turned into a palm-sized dagger and lay flat in his palm. He smiled bitterly and said, "You also don't feel strong? You're still the best. You'll never leave me." However, the moment Chu Yang took out the Calamity Sword, the animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger suddenly trembled, as if it suddenly felt something unbelievable. Then, it stood up with a whoosh. The next moment, it was already in front of Chu Yang. Its two eyes stared at the Calamity Sword without blinking. Its curled tail kept wagging. Deep in its eyes, it was actually moved, excited, and eager. Then, it raised its head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang could clearly see that this guy's eyes were actually slowly filled with tears. It was a kind of bitterness caused by extreme excitement. It was as if a loving couple who hadn't seen each other for 8 million years suddenly reunited on the war-torn streets. This kind of gaze even made Chu Yang shudder. This guy looks like a male. Why is he looking at me like this? What's going on? It can't be that he's suddenly lost his mind, right? What's going on? What's wrong with you? Chu Yang asked dumbfoundedly. There was a bit of fear in his tone. He saw that guy slowly crawl in front of him. It rubbed its head against his trousers, sniffed, and whimpered. Its voice seemed to be filled with infinite sadness and disappointment. It raised its head again and looked at the Calamity Sword for a long time, motionless. Then it circled around her once, and its tears actually fell in a circle just like that. Patter, patter. What's going on? What's going on? Chu Yang was a bit stiff. How could a beast be so emotional? How could it have such rich emotions? It actually cried? After the animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger circled around Chu Yang, it raised its head and whimpered at Chu Yang. Then it nodded and said, "Meow." Chu Yang almost fell over in shock. This guy that was even bigger than a tiger actually opened its mouth and meowed like a cat. Oh my God, what's going on? This world is chaotic and crazy. Even a tiger can meow like a cat. Could it be a foreign language? Then Chu Yang suddenly felt a clear message in his mind. Where did you get this sword? Chu Yang was startled and subconsciously answered, "This sword is mine." After answering, he realized, who was talking to me just now? Yours? The clear message continued, with a heartfelt joy and an irrepressible excitement. Well, it's great. I've waited for so long. You just said that you want to be my partner? Do you want to treat me as a friend? Only then did Chu Yang realize. It turned out that the one who was communicating with him was actually this animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry and said, You can speak human language? It actually knew more than 2 foreign languages. What a talent. Well, it should be a beast talent. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger rolled its eyes, and the message continued to come. You're really strange. Why did he find a successor like you? Your eyesight is really bad. Who? Who are you talking about? Chu Yang's heart almost stopped beating. It seemed that this beast's background was quite big. Humph, the feline said, let's not talk about those useless things first. Let's just talk about whether what you just said is true or not. You just said that you want to go out with me to conquer the world? We are partners, friends, not a superior and subordinate relationship. Of course, Chu Yang only felt that his heart was thumping. Even he himself didn't know why he was so excited. I always keep my words. Yes. Immediately, Chu Yang felt an exceptionally pure power unfold in front of him. Then, that power of nothingness unexpectedly formed a clear oath in front of him. Equal brotherhood contract. Chu Yang still recognized this oath. As long as you sign it, we will be brothers from now on. You call me Big Brother, and I will be responsible for protecting you. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger's voice was incomparably lively. I will take you to create a legend. Create a legend. Chu Yang was stunned. He was completely stunned. Fuck, I came here to buy a spirit beast, but now I'm actually going to be taken in as a little brother by a spirit beast? If this were to spread out, Minister Chu might as well kill himself. Don't think about any lofty ambitions. You are already reduced to a spirit beast subordinate. How can you fight for hegemony in Jianghu? I can sign an equal oath. Chu Yang firmly shook his head. But I must be the big brother. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger had a face full of disdain and continued to send a message. How old are you? 20. What's wrong? Meow meow. Do you know how old I am? You dare to say that you are the big brother at such a young age? Then how old are you? In any case, I am older than you. So, I am the big brother, and you're my little brother. That won't do. This thing is not based on age. Besides, I am a human. What's so great about a human? In any case, I must be the big brother. No, I want to be the big brother. I must be the big brother. Both sides argued in their minds for a while. Unexpectedly, both of them felt their faces turn red. This feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger obviously looked down on Chu Yang and continued to send a message. No, with your little cultivation, with your little achievements, you want to be my big brother? No matter what you say, the big brother must be me. That's settled. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Settled? You say it's settled? Who do you think you are? With your appearance, with your sloppy appearance, with your behavior that is neither like a cat nor a tiger, and that makes people suspicious. You want to be my boss? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, the big brother must be me. Only when I say it will account. Meow. What did you say? I'm going to be angry. I am really going to be angry. A certain feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger jumped up and down. It was really hard to imagine that such a huge body could be so agile. Even a real cat was not as agile as this. I'm the one who is going to be angry. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's forget about it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, as the saying goes, even half a sentence is too much when you can't see eye to eye with me. I certainly won't be your little brother. So, you don't need to be my big brother anymore. Let's part ways from here on. Let's go our separate ways. After that, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Whoosh. Somehow, that fellow had already blocked Chu Yang's way. His speed was really fast, like a ghost. He said in exasperation, "You are not allowed to leave. We haven't made it clear yet. Where are you going?" Seeing that this beast had such a terrifying speed, Chu Yang was also shocked. But being shocked was one thing, and he still had a reason. He said angrily, "You're not allowed to leave? Why should I listen to you? I will leave if I want to. We have already made it clear that we are going our separate ways. Why haven't we made it clear? Is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you understand human language?" The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger said angrily, "You dare to say that I don't understand human language? Let me ask you, what am I going to do if you leave?" Chapter 1753. What? What are you going to do? Someone like you dares to say that ZJ can understand human language? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. You are destined to be a big brother. You are destined to have nothing to do with me. In the past, you won't have anything to do with me now. Don't tell me you can't live after I leave. Someone's big brother. The feline and tiger-like fellow meowed angrily. Anyway, you're not allowed to leave. Why don't you try leaving? This time, the unconscious manager seemed to show signs of waking up. He moaned softly. The feline and tiger-like fellow moved and appeared beside the manager again like a ghost. Then, he slapped him with his claws very savagely. It was as if he was venting. "Pah!" The head of a certain steward, who was already unconscious, suddenly tilted to the side. He was sent flying a distance of 30 to 40 feet before landing on the ground. Two shiny teeth flew out of his mouth. Without any suspense, he once again fell into a deep coma. After doing all this, he flashed again and blocked in front of Chu Yang, not allowing him to leave. He looked a little anxious. The entire process seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye. Adding everything together, it did not even seem to have taken a single breath. This strength was enough to make a certain king of hell speechless. Could ZJ do it? The answer was obviously no. This fellow was so violent, and he actually knew how to slap, and he did it so smoothly. This made Chu Yang look at him in a new light. Such a clumsy and huge body, Chu Yang made a judgment. That beast paw just now, if he slapped ZJ, it seemed that ZJ might not be able to dodge it. Did you see that? If you dare to leave, I'll make sure your flowers turn red today. Tell me, what do you want? I will definitely not call you big brother. Chu Yang was also on the verge of breaking down. Looking at the situation in front of him, if he left, ZJ would definitely not be able to leave. But if he stayed, he would most likely have to call him big brother. Oh no, he was calling a spirit beast big brother. This was something that Chu Yang could not tolerate. Anyway, don't even think about leaving. This fellow was also on the verge of breaking down. It seemed to be very conflicted. Anyway, you have to call me big brother. If you don't call me big brother, don't even think about leaving. Call me big brother, and we will leave together. Get lost. If you want to call you big brother, I will never call you big brother. Chu Yang was annoyed and walked away. Let's go our separate ways. He would rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. If ZJ was scared by someone, he would be scared to death. Calling him big brother? Is that Chu Yang? Was he still the legendary master of Calamity Sword? After taking 5 steps, Chu Yang realized that he couldn't move at all. The air around his body became incomparably viscous. It seemed that the word viscous was not very appropriate to describe it. It should be said that it had completely condensed into a substance. No matter how viscous the BJNG was, it was still mobile. Chu Yang couldn't even lift his leg. The sword spirit in the tribulation space suddenly widened his eyes. Unbelievable. What kind of situation is this? This was not something that any Shmi beast could do. No, even if it was a human, how many people could do it? Could it be the legendary space freezing? It couldn't be. ZJ was a lazy fellow that he didn't even take a second look at. How could he have such unfathomable strength? This Shmi was too crazy. Even a beast could be so domineering and insufferably arrogant. Chu Yang was trapped. He couldn't move even a little bit. However, he didn't panic. You want to follow me? Sure. You have to call me big brother. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Otherwise, don't even think about following me. You can trap my body, but can you trap my heart? The cat and tiger spirit beast's throat kept gurgling. The Calamity Sword in Chu Yang's hand shone brightly. It looked at the Calamity Sword with more and more admiration and attachment. Then, when it saw Chu Yang's uncompromising expression, it had no choice but to lower its head. After all, the situation was stronger than the person. The initiative was in this small hand. All right, I'll let you off easy. Let's sign a partnership contract. You can do whatever you want, but I have a condition. The cat and tiger spirit beast said. Shmi condition? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Actually, it's not a condition. You have to call me by my name in the future. The cat and tiger spirit beast said. What? What did you say? You're saying that you want me to call you by your name in the future. Chu Yang was now very suspicious. Was there a problem with ZJ's comprehension ability? Or was there a problem with this fellow's ability to organize his words? This is called a Shmi condition. If I call you by your name, I have to call you by your name. If I don't call you by your name, how can I call you by your name? Is this fellow a Shmi beast? Yes, this is the condition. Tell me if it's okay or not. The cat and tiger spirit beast said, Rugwa, if this is your condition, then I'll be magnanimous and promise you. Chu Yang said in a very graceful and elegant manner. You agreed. You promised me. If you go back on your word, don't worry, don't worry. I won't go back on my word. As long as you listen to me in the future, I'll call you by your name. Then it's a deal. The cat and tiger spirit beast raised its head. I'll listen to you in the future, but you have to call me by my name when you call me by my name. My name is Big Brother Tiger. Remember to call me by my name. Fuck. Chu Yang was speechless again. It seemed that ZJ was played by a certain tiger. No wonder he brought up such a condition. So he was waiting for me to beat him up. His name is Big Brother Tiger? Why don't you call me Master Tiger? Oh heavens, oh earth, could it be that I, the Tribulation Sword Master, was tricked by a spirit beast? But this fellow is actually a tiger? There's actually a tiger with a mouth full of meowing in this world? He glanced sideways and said, Big Brother Tiger? You're a tiger? The way I see it, you're just a kitten at best, a slightly bigger kitten. The cat and tiger spirit beast flew into a rage. I'm a tiger, not a big cat. Also, when you call me by my name, you have to call me Big Brother Tiger. Meow. Chuyang was speechless. Although he was depressed, he was secretly delighted. This was because Chuyang had completely sensed the tyrannical strength of this guy when he displayed his might just now. Moreover, this tyrannical strength was suppressed with all his might, so it wouldn't be surprising if it was only 1/100th of his true strength. This astonishing strength made Chuyang feel apprehensive. However, Chuyang couldn't figure out why such a powerful spirit beast would appear here. Why would such a powerful spirit beast talk to the government so nicely? Why would such a powerful spirit beast acknowledge ZJ so quickly? Chuyang could only vaguely confirm that there was definitely something going on with Tribulation Sword. Tribulation Sword. It should be the source of all the mysteries. He bit his index finger. A drop of dark red blood seeped out and entered the spirit beast contract circle made by Big Brother Tiger first. The blood seemed to have entered water. It gradually spread and quickly blended in. The rules of a spirit beast contract were as such. The blood that entered first was bigger. Chuyang's blood entered first, which meant that Chuyang had the absolute dominant position in the contract circle. Big Brother Tiger looked unwillingly at Chuyang's blood seeping into the circle. That cat's face revealed a clear, human-like annoyance. Then, it suddenly circulated its energy and forced out a drop of blood from its forehead. It entered the contract circle. In the blink of an eye, an invisible storm began to spread. In the clouds, the #1 general of the Eastern Royal Heavens Oath Department, who had nothing to do and wished that something would happen to pass the time, looked down in boredom. The continent, which he thought was ordinary and rarely had anything major happen, was suddenly sent tumbling by the powerful aura of the Oath of the Eastern Royal Heavens. It rolled around in the air like an embroidered ball. It kept spitting out blood. In the end, it had no strength to struggle. It was just rolling around in the clouds in an extremely sorry state. Slowly, it was almost at its last breath. How can this be? What's going on? What the hell happened? This #1 general of the Oath Department revealed a sincere fear in his eyes. He wanted to find out what went wrong, but he couldn't find out what happened. What kind of contract is this? Even I can't preside over it. It wants to destroy me, the one who presides over the contract, and it's going straight to heaven and earth? What is this? This #1 general asked in a low voice in pain and confusion. But his divine sense was slowly falling into unconsciousness. According to the rules, Chuyang and Brother Tiger had to get the approval of the Oath Department to officially sign the contract. So, the power of the Oath rushed into the sky, seeking to be a witness. But the Oath Department clearly didn't have the strength to witness the Oath with such a powerful existence. So it suffered a backlash from the power of the Oath. In the end, this supervisor of the Oath Department fell unconscious. No, not only did he not wake up, but it seemed like he was about to die from the impact. The power of the Oath rushed to an unknown height. Then, an invisible force returned from the vast sky, entering Chuyang and Brother Tiger's bodies and divine sense like lightning. Since no one could preside over the contract, let heaven and earth bear witness and preside over it. As for the supervisor of the O's division, who was known as the #1 general, his soul was about to collapse. Fortunately, the power of the O's division came and went quickly. It did not make things difficult for him. If his soul was really destroyed, he would have completely disappeared. However, this general's condition was still very dangerous. If he couldn't be treated quickly, he would still die. In his last moments, his last bit of clarity told him that there was only one person in this land. Or there was someone who could treat and save ZJ. That was ZJ's last hope, his only hope. And now, with his last bit of clarity, his divine sense wouldn't allow him to go too far. That's the only place that's close to me. Almost unconsciously, he tumbled and fell from the sky. With his last bit of clarity, he locked onto the target of ZJ's fall. Then, he completely lost his consciousness, Everything will be left to heaven's will. Chapter 1754. In the Eastern Royal Skies Odes Department, the governor of the Odes Department, whose cultivation base was unfathomable, was currently drinking tea with the Prime Minister. He had spent a great deal of effort to invite the Prime Minister over. Update P. The governor of the Odes Division had prepared countless questions for the Prime Minister. He swore that he would dig out some valuable information from the Prime Minister today. He had been walking on thin ice for the past few days. It was simply too unbearable. Prime Minister, I say that you're just giving me a little hint, right? It's more or less meaningful. The governor of the Odes Division smiled flatteringly and poured tea for the Prime Minister. It's not that I can't, but I really can't. The Prime Minister sipped his tea calmly. Sigh, Prime Minister. The governor of the Odes Division was about to shamelessly persuade the Prime Minister when suddenly his body shook and he sat there in a daze. Hey, the Prime Minister was stunned. What's wrong? The governor sat there in a daze. His face was deathly pale, and he didn't look much better than a dead person. This change came too suddenly, and there were no signs at all. However, the bigger change was yet to come. In the next moment, he suddenly started bleeding from his 7 orifices. With a wah sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloody mist. With a gudon sound, he fell on his back and stopped breathing. The Prime Minister jumped in fright. What's going on? Could it be that this fellow didn't come here to threaten me with his death? If I don't tell him the truth, he'll commit suicide? This isn't forcing me. Fuck, I've never seen anything like this before. You're the governor of the Odes Division and one of the top experts in the Eastern Royal Sky. How can you use such a despicable method? Is it worth it? What's the meaning of hurting yourself and others? For a moment, the Prime Minister was extremely conflicted. Therefore, after beating his chest and patting his back, he finally woke up the governor. Before he could say anything, he saw the governor looking at the Prime Minister in a daze. The governor said something that made the Prime Minister's heart skip a beat. Prime Minister, please quickly investigate whether the Saint Monarch and the Heavenly Devil Emperor have come to the Eastern Royal Heaven and made a vow for the duel in the Eastern Royal Heaven. This matter is very important and cannot be delayed. If it's delayed, I'm afraid it will ruin everything. When the Prime Minister heard this news, he only felt his head buzzing, and he almost felt the world spinning around him in an instant. He immediately dashed out of the Prime Minister. Not a single trace of the senility from before could be seen as he disappeared with a whoosh. If it was really those 2 people, half of the Eastern Royal Sky would be destroyed by them. And only those 2 people could put the governor in such a difficult position. The governor panted heavily, his face pale. It was clear that he still had some lingering fear. If not for His Majesty's royal aura protecting him, wouldn't he have? Damn it, who came to the Eastern Royal Sky to mess around? That scared this old man to death. Are they trying to kill this old man on purpose? Just the power of the Odes Division almost killed me. I'm a heavenly human. Even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, I'm one of the top experts after a long time. The Prime Minister came back with a gloomy face. The Governor General asked impatiently, Prime Minister, which 2 almighties have come to our territory? Are there going to be a battle between realms? Hurry up and tell me. Don't let this official make wild guesses. The Prime Minister's face was about to be flattened. He was unable to restrain his anger. Bullshit cross-border battle. Almighty your head. Nothing happened at all. You old bastard, you're trying to kill me. This Prime Minister is not done with you. How could he not be angry? Just now, when the Prime Minister saw how anxious the governor was, he naturally believed half of it. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly went out to inquire about the whereabouts of the Lord Saint, the Sky Devil Emperor, and the other sovereigns. If it was really as the governor's judgment, it would be good to make preparations early. However, the answers he got were very uniform. The lords were in the palace. They didn't go out. Then, there were questions and vigilance from all sides. May I ask, what's your intention for asking about the lord's whereabouts? What's my intention? What do you mean by asking about the lord's whereabouts? The Prime Minister was dumbfounded on the spot. Damn it, what's my intention? I was still tricked by that thing. Nothing happened. You really found out. The governor was stunned. Of course, nothing happened. The prime minister was furious. What can happen? How can nothing happen? The governor was completely stunned. I was clearly injured by the power of the oath just now. Didn't you see it just now? The prime minister flicked his sleeves and left. I think you're clearly not injured enough. I can make you more injured. You old bastard. I've been nice to you all these years, but I've really spoiled you. You made up such a lie, and you scared me silly. The governor chased after him with a bitter face. Prime Minister, please listen to me. It's really... Before he could finish, the prime minister had disappeared without a trace. The governor sat on the threshold of the door, wanting to cry, but having no tears. I'm so fucking innocent. Who is the one who made such a big commotion? Are they trying to play me to death? What the fuck is this? The next day, the prime minister issued an edict on behalf of His Majesty. The governor of the division of Oz neglected his duty. All officials of the division of Oaths will be fined 1 year's salary. Moreover, their workload would be doubled from then on. A supervisory body would be set up to supervise the work of the division of Oaths at all times. Any slight negligence would be severely punished. As soon as this edict was issued, the division of Oaths was filled with wails and complaints. Obviously, a certain prime minister was abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. The division of Oaths would be plunged into darkness from now on. Chuyang finally completed the contract. Immediately, he flew into a rage. Because when a spirit beast signed a contract, it was destined to reveal its true form. Chuyang would never have thought that this 30 feet tall guy, who lazily called himself Brother Tiger, would actually be so unexpected. A small and exquisite spirit beast was floating in front of him. That's right, small and exquisite. Yes, it had straight ears, sly eyes with distinct black and white. Its body was covered in colorful fur, and it had a noble and majestic purple aura. However, it was really a little fellow that was at least 100 times smaller than before. It was only the size of a palm. This time, it didn't look like a cat or a tiger. It completely looked like a cat and not a tiger. Your Brother Tiger? Chuyang looked at this little fellow and had the urge to faint on the spot. Yes, this is Brother Tiger's valiant and mighty image. Perfect, right? The little fellow combed its beard complacently. Chuyang's vision went black, and he staggered twice. I really thought you were that big. In the end, you're a little fellow that's not even half a kilogram. Okay, I admit it. Anyway, since I came to this territory, misfortune has never left me. Chuyang said, Come here, Brother Tiger. I'll carry you. You're so small. Don't pretend to be a big guy. What are you talking about? How can my mighty Brother Tiger be carried away by someone else? This is blasphemy. This is blasphemy and contempt. Brother Tiger shook the colorful tiger fur on its body. I want the sky above my head, the earth beneath my feet, the universe with a smile, and the universe with disdain. The contract was completed. Brother Tiger landed on the ground again. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original huge size. Chuyang was speechless. The sword spirit was in a daze. Chuyang and Brother Tiger began to walk out valiantly and spiritedly. Along the way, Brother Tiger walked with a majestic gait. Chuyang followed beside it, his face a little red, because the contract was signed. But who exactly was this man? Chuyang didn't know at all. How much fighting power did he have? Chuyang didn't know either. If he went to the Spirit Beast game market, could he win? Chuyang still didn't know. He signed in a daze. And he almost became the Spirit Beast's little brother. Thinking of this, Chuyang was a little speechless and depressed. Oh heavens, oh earth. At this moment, order had been restored in the Spirit Beast Trading Center. It was all because of the appearance of the Purple Firmament Tower. As Chuyang kept the Purple Firmament Tower, the spiritual energy naturally disappeared without a trace. Once the source of the disturbance was gone, the spirit beasts turned from restless to lonely. It was a little human-like and at a loss. With the management of the trading center, the chaos naturally calmed down. When the chaos subsided and order was restored, Everyone returned to their normal line of thought. Almost everyone, whether it was the staff of the trading center or the guests who had yet to leave, all had their eyes focused on Chu Yang and Brother Tiger. They walked out valiantly and spiritedly. This scene indisputably caused another sensation in an instant. Damn, this. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? I'm really speechless. It's actually the trash spirit beast. No, wild beast was sold today. Someone actually bought that wild beast. What did they buy it for? To kill it and eat its meat? Strange things happen every day. How could it be as strange as today? Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Nothing is too strange in this world. Today, I saw another surprise. No, it should be a legend. It's indeed a legend. Someone actually spent money on this wild beast. There's simply no limit to prodigal, no limit to hedonistic, no limit to idiotic. It's really too awesome to be able to spend money on this. Besides being prodigal, hedonistic, and idiotic, it's also a kind of courage. Courage my ass. This is a waste of money. Stupid people have too much money. Who can do anything about it? Wait, I seem to know that person. All right, isn't that Jin Yukai? Jin Yukai? The Jin Yukai who's been popular in the Spirit Beast Trading Center recently? The legendary, most famous Big Brother wealth disperser? Yes. What the hell? I was wondering who is so awesome. So it's Jin Yukai? That's right. Other than him, who could be so talented? Discerning eyes. Yes, it should be discerning eyes that recognize spirit beasts, recognize wild beasts. Chapter 1755. Among the sounds of ridicule, there were of course different voices. Nonsense, what kind of eyesight does he have? He must have an all-seeing eye for spiritual beasts. This time, there's no accident at all. I reckon that Jin Yukai is most likely going to use this super spiritual beast to win back his capital. A windfall from the sky to a person. Those who don't take it are going against the will of the heavens. How can the heavens defy the will of the heavens? I'm going to prepare the money. Today I have to do a good job. Yes, a heaven-sent opportunity. Ha ha. Let's go together. It had to be said that Chu Yang's incarnation of Jin Yukai had become a new celebrity in Zixia City during this period of time. As for the fact that the origin of such a wealthy man was unknown. In the Heaven Imperial Court, many warriors wandered around the Jianghu. There were many people with unknown origins. They disappeared after appearing for a while, so no one really cared about them. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Besides, this Jin Yukai was very rich. It wasn't strange that he was rich. The most important thing was that he was very good at losing. Such a foolish person had a lot of money. How could people not like him when he was so rich? Chu Yang walked out with Brother Hu. A certain person's face was full of black lines. He had to forcibly restrain himself so that no one could see it. This was truly a great sorrow. Fuck, am I really so famous now? Isn't it just losing money for 7 or 8 nights in a row? Why is it so well known? Are they all a bunch of paupers who haven't seen money in half their lives? Minister Chu curled his lips and walked out disdainfully with his head held high and chest out. Behind him, countless smart people began to make small calculations in their hearts. Should I also buy a spiritual beast to enter the Spiritual Beast Gaming Center? Should I go and fight with this foolish but rich Jin Yukai? That money is simply equivalent to the wind blowing. Immediately, someone put this idea into action. When one person moved, the others followed. In an instant, the Spiritual Beast Trading Center was extremely popular. Even many of the trash spiritual beasts that have been accumulated for a long time were sold out today. No matter how trashy the spiritual beast was, as long as it fought with Jin Yotsai's spiritual beast, it was also 100% certainty. After the event, the sales volume of today's Spiritual Beast Trading Center was dozens of times higher than usual. He really didn't know if today was a day of great disaster for the Spirit Beast Trading Center, a day of great fortune, or a day of great miracle. Chu Yang walked out of the trading area and was about to go back when he suddenly heard a sneer and a voice called out, "It's this small one. Stop him for this young master." Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of people surrounded him. Chu Yang was stunned. Who did I offend this time? That can't be. When I first came here, I didn't know more than 10 people. When I was in a men's hall, there was no business. Either that, or they were trying to save someone. I could only lose in the casino. Today was the first time I came out to spend money. Why did they come looking for me again? Could it be that this heavenly song is really my nemesis? Everything was going wrong. The crowd parted, and a few boys and girls walked out. Their faces were full of arrogance as they looked at Chu Yang. One of them said with a complacent smile, "Little one, don't worry. You didn't expect this, did you? Mountains and rivers will meet again. We have met again. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Are you good at shouting? Why don't you try shouting again?" Chu Yang instantly understood. It turned out to be the boys and girls who were choosing spirit beasts inside, just now. When Chu Yang shouted with his cultivation, just now, the 5 of them were scared out of their wits and ran away. They came back to find trouble. This time, Jin Yukai is in trouble. No matter how much money he has, he can't fight with forces like the Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan of Xixia City. He actually provoked the most foppish people in one go, and even added a girl. These 3 guys are not to be trifled with. Look at this time. Jin Yukai is going to lose a lot of money. The onlookers whispered. Chu Yang didn't reveal anything, and he listened carefully. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just to shout at you. Is there a need to make such a big fuss and come looking for trouble? Chu Yang snorted and said, "What? Old roar, you guys think highly of you, and you're not happy? Do you want to lose a lot of money to me before you give up?" This sentence was obviously taken out of context by Chu Yang. He changed the concept of the troublemakers and twisted the direction. Foppish people weren't scary, but foppish people were. And these people in front of him could be seen through a glance. They were definitely the kind who couldn't take this kind of anger. They had no self-restraint and were impatient. Chu Yang was absolutely sure that he could play them in the palm of his hand with a few words. As for killing them, Chu Yang was still reluctant, because these people in front of him were all sources of wealth, rolling in wealth. Jin Xingxin smiled cruelly. "Lose money to you? What are you dreaming about? See if I don't tear you apart alive." Behind him, a martial artist reminded him in a low voice, "Fifth Duke, this person is the money spreader, Jin Yukai. He has lost a lot of money in this period of time, no less than 10 million. But his expression didn't change at all. Many people have guessed that he is very likely to be the young duke of some big corporation. Now, many people are aiming to bet with him on spirit beasts. Being able to bet with him is equivalent to a windfall from the sky. Oh, it's him." Jin Xingxin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he himself was a foppish person, he could not know the name of a super foppish person like Jin Yukai. That was a guy who was far more prodigal than himself. So, Jin Xingxin changed his mind instantly. No one would dislike a windfall that fell from the sky. Then, he whispered a few words to the few people around him. He saw the other 2 nodding excitedly. Their faces showed a wretched smile of blessing from the heavens. Obviously, they agreed with Jin Xingxin's decision. Although they were from aristocratic families and were used to being domineering, they didn't have much pocket money in their hands. Perhaps it was a huge number for ordinary people, but for them, it was often a little hard to make ends meet. At this moment, they were lucky enough to meet a super rich person like Jin Yukai, who was also super prodigal. It was like a pie falling from the sky. After all, it was very difficult to meet a fool with a lot of money. So the attitude of Jin Xingxin and the others immediately changed 180 degrees. Wasn't it just being yelled at? How big of a deal was it? This time, they were just here to look for some face. If they could get millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions just because of this yelling, then why not? So Duke Jin's tone changed immediately. "Lose money to you? You're daydreaming. Huh. It's daytime now. It's really a good time to daydream. When night comes, you won't have any daydreams to daydream. The chances of you losing to me are probably higher." Great. He immediately acted according to Chu Yang's script. Do you think Chu Yang's luck is good? Or good? Or good? Chu Yang was happy in his heart. He laughed arrogantly, showing his super prodigal character. "I will lose to you. I'm daydreaming. If it was before, there would be some possibility. But now, I already have my own spirit beast. A super invincible spirit beast. Then he patted Brother Tiger's head insolently and said loudly, with this new partner of mine, from now on, I will only win money and not lose. Invincible Tiger. Big Brother Tiger grunted contentedly, indicating that he liked to hear those words. What a good, invincible tiger. Just based on these words, this big brother had a lot of foresight and knowledge. In an instant, the people on the opposite side also saw Chu Yang's spirit beast clearly. Instantly, they roared with laughter. Speaking of Brother Tiger, as long as one was a regular customer of the Spirit Beast Trading Center, almost all of them knew about him. Of course, who didn't know that this was a harmless guy? It seemed that this guy had been sitting in the Spirit Beast Trading Center for a long time, and no one cared about him. It seemed that he wasn't even a spirit beast. Actually, they wanted to rely on him to win money. There was also Invincible Tiger. It seemed that this guy was only a little stronger than a cat, and that was because of his size. If one only looked at his laziness, he might not even be able to beat a cat. Since Duke Zhen wants to fight, then I will. As you wish, I'll bet with you. Jin Xingxin laughed. Tonight, in the Spirit Beast Trading Center, I'll let your Spirit Beast compete. As long as you win, whatever you yelled at me will be written off. Chu Yang said disdainfully, Bah, how can there be such an easy thing? Old Roar, I think highly of you, but you still have the nerve to bet? You really haven't seen the world, gambling with real swords and spears. Have you ever been a gambler? If I lose, I'll give you money. Isn't it just money? I have it. Jin Xingxin roared. Then how much is the bet? Chu Yang snorted. If it's too little, I won't be interested. Then how much do you want to bet? Jin Xingxin was even more excited. Say it. Say it. I'm not afraid of the bet being big. I'm only afraid that you won't bet. The more the better. The bigger the bet, the better. I'm going to be rich this time. I got Brother Tiger today. Invincible Tiger. Victory is in my hands. At least 100. Chu Yang smiled. Purple cloud coins. Okay. Jin Xingxin was suddenly speechless. 100 purple cloud coins? It didn't seem like much, but when converted, it was a whole 10 billion water cloud coins. Just for a bet? This was a bit too much. Although Jin Xingxin was the 5th master of the Jin clan, he really couldn't take out such a large sum of money by himself. You don't dare to bet? Chu Yang laughed. In that case, I won't keep you company. Think about it. You can find me at the Spirit Beast game field tonight. Laughing, Chu Yang took Brother Tiger. One man and one beast separated the crowd and left with majestic steps. Suddenly, a seemingly weak but very clear voice came. Bah, I thought some aristocratic master was so arrogant that he couldn't even take out such a small amount of money, wasting so much time. Forget it, not everyone can be like you. Let's go, Brother Tiger. Let's go recharge and face the countless battles in the future in our best condition. Everyone looked at Brother Tiger behind Chu Yang, their eyes spitting fire. With this trashy spirit beast, any other spirit beast would have been able to win. But the problem was they didn't have so much money to bet. This bastard Jin Yukai, why did he learn to be smart today? Chapter 1756. Fuck, it's a windfall, but you're a money rake. The crowd was depressed. 5th Brother Jin, if you can make the decision, we can pool the money together. Wu Jiagong, Wu Xiaoshan, hurried over. That's right, the 3 of us can pool the money together. Li Mingyu waved his fists. Even if I say shit, I can't be looked down upon by others. Especially by a nouveau riche. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. Jin Xingxin's face was gloomy as he said angrily, No need, no need. I thank everyone for your help, but I alone am enough to deal with him. I don't want everyone to take the risk. How dare he look down on me? He's courting death. If I don't make him bankrupt this time, he won't be able to survive in Zixiao City anymore. With that, he left in a huff, seemingly in a huff. The remaining 2 people snorted at the same time. Acting cool? If you want to keep it all to yourself, then keep it to yourself. Why do you have to pretend to be so righteous? You're actually worried about us taking the risk. How can you be so kind-hearted? Who doesn't want to help you? You think we really want to help you? We just want a share of the profits. As long as it's a person, even an idiot would think that he would win this time. How could Jin Xingxin agree to let others pool the money together? I guess Jin Xingxin went home to get the money. What should we do? Li Mingyue was clearly very unwilling to let the 30 purple coins that were almost in her hands slip away just like that. This amount was really not small. 3 years of pocket money was not even that much. There's no other way. Wu Xiaoxin sighed. The only hope is that Jin Xingxin loses, then the two of us can take action. If he wins this battle, even if we continue to gamble with him, we can only win a small amount of money. You still expect that beast to win? How can he win? Me too. Don't you think there's a chance? Damn you, Jin Xingxin. You're a selfish man. The two of them cursed loudly. Seeing that such a great opportunity to make money was about to slip through their fingers, the resentment in their stomachs was about to explode to the sky. Along the way, Chu Yang's bad luck seems to have disappeared. He had just accepted Brother Tiger as his disciple, and Brother Tiger's disciple, Brother Tiger's disciple, Brother Tiger's disciple. Then, someone rushed over to deliver the money. If this wasn't good luck, then what was? Wasn't this what the heavens wanted? Brother Hu, you my lucky one. May I ask, where did you come from? Why are you lingering here? Chu Yang asked. About that, I actually sensed a very familiar aura about 20 days ago. That's why I traveled 21,500 kilometers to get here. In the end, I came here and spent an entire day looking for you. I didn't expect to meet you, Tiger said casually. However, there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Chu Yang was startled. 203,000 li. A whole day of Xian? Brother Hu? Even in the double heavens continent, even with Chu Yang's current cultivation, it would take him less than a day. Even if he rushed with all his might, he would not be able to complete 10,000 li, let alone in the double heavens imperial court. Moreover, it was 21,500 li. Yet, Brother Hu only used 1 day to walk 21,500 li in the double heavens imperial court, and he even strolled over. How many planes of restriction did he pass through? How many plates did he pass through? With Brother Hu's speed, he would have chosen to pass through in a straight line. But passing through in a straight line, 21,500 li. What a huge number. An entire day. How could it be so fucking long? Chu Yang felt a little dizzy from the dizziness. What, did you sense the aura? Chu Yang asked. Isn't it the aura of your sword? Tiger said melancholy. At first, I thought it was. Halfway through its sentence, it suddenly stopped. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He let out a long, sad sigh. The aura of this sword? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Does this sword have an aura unique to it? The Calamity Sword was a magical item. Chu Yang was already aware of this. However, he did not understand. Or rather, he did not understand. Did this sword still carry some kind of unique aura? Don't doubt it, don't doubt it. It's an aura unique to the world. Brother Hu's voice became solemn, respectful, and admiring. This kind of aura, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, in the entire universe, he is definitely the second person in the world who has this kind of aura. Oh, who is that person? Chu Yang was shocked. He thought of the person who gave the black-yellow divine fruit to Zhan Zhan. This person is my benefactor. Tears dripped from Tiger's eyes. He was extremely sad. It's a pity that my abilities are too weak. I know that I'm not worthy to be by his side. If my abilities were 30, 50, 70, 80 times stronger, perhaps, cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed. You know that you're not worthy to be by his side, so you reluctantly follow me. Chu Yang was like a piece of trash to him. Humph. If it wasn't for this sword, if it wasn't for that person's aura, do you think I'd choose to follow you? Not to mention acknowledging you as my big brother. Go and be happy. Tiger rolled his eyes in disdain. I'll endure. I'll endure. I'll endure. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva and interrupted Brother Tiger. I say, that person also called you Brother Tiger? Tiger immediately became embarrassed and said, how am I worthy? Speaking of which, he was the one who gave me my name. From then on, other than him, no one else is allowed to call me by my name. Chu Yang was very interested. He gave you a name? His name? Little Z, Tiger said proudly. Little Z. Chu Yang shuddered and suddenly thought of Z Xiecheng, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He hurriedly said, "Stop. Your name has a history. Then I'll call you Tiger. Little Z, I really can't call you that. If I really do, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces," Tiger said disdainfully. "I also didn't intend to let you call me that. Do you think you're worthy? At least you know your place. Remember to call me Big Brother Who. Big Brother who will protect you." Chu Yang was so angry that his stomach was full of shit. "I say, then are you a spirit beast of Shmi level?" Chu Yang asked hopefully. "Such a spirit beast. A powerful existence that could easily traverse 213,000 miles in a day. Was it heaven level or saint level?" According to Chu Yang's guess, it was definitely saint level. But Tiger's answer made Chu Yang break down. "I'm not a spirit beast. Do I look like a spirit beast to you? Your Shmi eyes? Not only is your cultivation trashy, even your eyesight is bad." Tiger grinned. "Not a spirit beast." Chu Yang staggered. The sword spirit, who was in the space of tribulation, added, "I told you you're not a spirit beast. My eyesight can't be wrong. I'm a Xian beast," Tiger said proudly. "Spirit beasts are nothing in my eyes." Xian beast? Xian beast is a Shmi level existence? Shmi level? Shmi level. Chu Yang was completely dizzy. How did another Xian beast appear out of the blue? Xian beast is a very powerful existence. Extremely powerful, Tiger said proudly. "As far as I know, I'm the only Xian beast on this Shmi level. Only I'm a Xian beast." Chu Yang was speechless. Sigh, the space I was in at the beginning. One day, a run shattered. Using the energy my benefactor gave me, I wrapped myself in it and was lucky enough to escape. I drifted into space turbulence for who knows how many years before I finally arrived here. Brother Who said in a sorrowful voice, "My once heaven-defying cultivation is now almost completely destroyed." Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. What did he mean by that? Almost completely destroyed, didn't that mean? If I can find my benefactor, I will definitely be able to recover quickly. But if I can't, sigh with just you. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang and said, "I really don't know how long it will take for me to recover my strength." "You're seriously injured?" Chu Yang was completely stunned. "Nonsense. If I wasn't injured, would you have signed a contract with me? With your cultivation, humph." Tiger growled in a low voice. Then, Chu Yang said speechlessly, "I'll take the liberty to ask, can you beat other spirit beasts? For example, the ones in the trading center? If I can't beat them, I'm really going to lose everything. Are you insulting me? Looking down on me? That's a blatant suspicion. You're so ignorant. How can you judge the great Brother Tiger's strength?" Brother Tiger was enraged. "Just based on their strength? I could defeat them with a fart. Then can you beat Earth-grade spirit beasts?" Chu Yang asked fearlessly. "You're insulting me." Tiger continued to rage. "Just Earth-grade spirit beasts. Then, can you beat Heaven-grade spirit beasts? Get lost. I'm going to die from anger. Just Heaven-grade spirit beasts." Tiger was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth. "Then can you beat Saint-grade spirit beasts?" Chu Yang was even more excited. "Nonsense. Of course I can." Tiger was full of confidence. "Then I'm relieved." Chu Yang could finally let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he could earn money, I'm talking about my peak strength. Tiger suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When I was at my peak, the so-called Saint-grade spirit beasts here, I could send them flying with a slap. Chu Yang immediately sensed something amiss. What about now? Now, Tiger hung his head dejectedly. Now, they can send me flying with a slap. Fuck. Chu Yang cursed angrily, but at least there was some comfort. He could beat heaven-grade spirit beasts. Yes, YG&G was not bad. Along the way, Chu Yang asked Tiger cautiously, "Brother Tiger, are you willing to fight with them?" Tiger was startled. He stopped and turned his head to look at Chu Yang. There was a reevaluation in his eyes. From this sentence, it was very obvious that it hurt a kind of respect. He respected ZJ's choice. Chapter 1757. If I say no, what will you do? Brother Tiger asked solemnly. Baidu Search School Library P. Oh, then I will think of another way. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, Money does not have to come from here. Why? Brother Tiger asked strangely. He did not realize that in these words there was a strange emotion that he had not felt for a long time. He lowered his head, not letting Chu Yang see the hope in his eyes. But only he knew in his heart that he was waiting for an answer. What do you mean by why? Chu Yang said strangely. Because you're different from those spirit beasts in the spirit beast arena. You are now my partner. We have just signed a partnership contract, don't you know? Brother Tiger did not speak. Since we are partners, of course I have to respect your choice. Chu Yang said, If you do not agree to fight with these low-level spirit beasts, then what is the point of me forcing you? Partners are not subordinates, nor are they slaves. They are not things that I can order around. We have to discuss everything. You're very clear on this point. Why are you still asking why? Brother Tiger lowered his head, and his throat made some noises. After a long time, he said in a low voice that was almost inaudible, Actually, I also want to go to the beast arena for a while to fight a few rounds. Haha, it is just for some memories in my heart. He said these words very softly and vaguely. Chu Yang did not hear him clearly. He asked, What did you say? Brother Tiger suddenly raised his head and laughed. Of course I want to go. Haha, playing the pig to eat the tiger, I love it the most. Every time I see those fellows who think they can eat me suddenly feel that they have hit the nail on the head, and their eyes reveal a look of disbelief before they die. My heart is as sweet as eating honey. Ha! A burst of wild laughter. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. This guy, he is actually as sinister as me. That's good. Let's play the pig to eat the tiger together. Roar. Meow. One man and one beast continue to walk. Chu Yang thought in his heart. Brother Tiger seems to have something on his mind. Or is he feeling something? I feel that he is not very happy. Why? I have to think of a way to make it happy. Brother Tiger thought in his heart. This Chu Yang is really not bad. Just because of this respect, my intentions are not in vain. Hey, benefactor, where are you? She really missed that short reunion. Chu Yang circled around and came to a secluded place. Then he quietly changed his appearance. Then he completely ignored Tiger's objections and forced it to return to its original size, the size of a palm, and put it in his arms. He hurried back to the men's hall. At this moment, Fishy was completely flustered. Teacher Cat was extremely depressed. He had been meditating in his room with a heavy heart, but he couldn't calm his heart down. He walked around the courtyard uneasily. He hadn't even walked around twice when a person suddenly fell from the sky. Very accurately and heavily, it landed on the cat teacher's head. What the hell? Meow meow, it hurts so much. Who the hell is attacking me? You're pissing me off, meow. She actually didn't notice it in advance. Moreover, a big bruise appeared on the cat's head after being hit by that person. This time, it actually looked like a unicorn. I'm going to fight it out with you, meow. Teacher Cat was knocked unconscious for a long time before he got up. Just as he was about to get angry, he found that the person who fell from the sky didn't need to fight anymore. At this moment, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices and unconscious. His face was as pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. He was about to die. This instantly extinguished the fishy anger that soared to the sky. He tried to kick him twice, but there was no reaction at all. With his experience and eyesight, he could see that this person was really injured and dying. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be completely finished soon. This is the biggest joke in the world, the Tang dynasty of the world. Meow. Teacher Cat cursed. There is actually such a suicidal attack from the sky. Cursing was just cursing. Teacher Mao still held his nose and carried the guy who fell from the sky into the room. This was Teacher Cat. If it was anyone else, even if they didn't immediately stab this guy, they would at least throw him far away. After all, a dead person meant trouble, and a seriously injured person was even more troublesome. However, Teacher Cat still had the style of an ancient person. To help those in distress, he drew his sword to help. First, he tried to straighten the guy's bones. Teacher Cat found that something was wrong. This guy almost broke his own bones, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. His bones didn't even seem to be slightly dislocated. What a tough guy, Teacher Cat sighed. Teacher Cat had the spirit of saving the dying and helping the injured. He transferred his own cultivation to this guy to help him heal. However, he found that this person's meridians were like a bottomless pit. After he transferred his cultivation, there was no reaction at all. According to Teacher Cat's judgment, based on the current situation, even if he drained himself dry and died of exhaustion, this person might not wake up. Damn it, what kind of person is this? Teacher Cat stopped and didn't dare to act rashly. In desperation, he could only feed this guy a healing pill. However, Teacher Cat knew that this pill was completely inadequate. In the current situation, he could only hope that Chu Yang would return and this guy would still be alive. If this guy couldn't hold on, Teacher Cat was afraid that he wouldn't even have the strength to help him wait. Fortunately, even though this fellow was seriously injured and looked like he could not catch his breath and could die at any time, his vitality was abnormally strong. Although the last bit of fire in his heart was faint, it would not be extinguished. It was like a candle in the wind, swaying and swaying. It was clearly dim, but it would not be extinguished. His will to live is really amazing. Teacher Cat sighed in admiration. Every now and then, Teacher Cat would run out to take a look. After a while, he would run out again. Finally, Chu Yang returned. "You're back." Teacher Cat anxiously waited. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "What else can I do with you?" "Save someone." Teacher Cat pulled Chu Yang away. "Save someone?" Chu Yang stopped before he could finish his sentence. That was because he had already seen the person he needed to save. "What's the matter with this guy?" "I don't know what happened exactly. I was strolling in the courtyard, and then, with a bang, this person fell on my head. I fell down with a bang. When I got up, I found that this guy was seriously injured." Teacher Cat pointed. "Stop." Chu Yang decisively raised his hand. He interrupted Teacher Cat's narration. This was because Chu Yang realized that Teacher Cat was definitely not a talented storyteller. In his narration, there was definitely enough suspense. However, the problem was the person listening to the story didn't seem to understand anything. This was because there was no process at all. There was no sequence of events. Staring at Teacher Cat for a while, Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Please shut up for a while. I have to save someone first, meow." Teacher Cat silently endured. He only let out a low and soft growl to express his faint dissatisfaction. Chu Yang immediately went into a busy treatment. However, Teacher Cat's last sentence caused a huge uproar. Chu Yang was holding a small cat in his hand. The cat, which was only the size of a fist, scurried into the cat teacher's arms and looked up with widened eyes. Looking at Teacher Cat, it said with an expression of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, "Meow." Teacher Cat almost jumped up. He looked at the little guy in his arms in horror. His lips trembled as he said, "Meow? You know how to meow too?" Brother Tiger used one of its front paws to pull at his beard. Then it reached out to grab Teacher Cat's beard and pulled. "Meow?" Teacher Cat angrily hit Brother Tiger's paw away and roared, "Meow." Brother Tiger lowered its head as if it had been frightened by a certain cat. Teacher Cat stroked his beard proudly. Brother Tiger's voice sounded in Chu Yang's mind. "You big cat in human form, you're an idiot." Chu Yang was startled by these words. A burst of unbearable laughter arose. His hand paused and his whole body trembled. An incomplete version of the heavy pill was cut in half, and the two pieces fell into the mouth of the guy on the bed. "Ah!" Minister Chu went crazy. "My medicine. My peerless elixir. You two wastrels who can't do anything right." Teacher Cat and Brother Tiger turned their heads at the same time and asked, "Meow." Even if it wasn't because of the idiotic conversation between the two cats, Chu Yang was still angry. Where in the world did a certain cat master get this special patient from? It seemed to have fallen from the sky. There were people who dropped pies and discus from the sky. There were also people who fell into traps traps, and so on, and even beautiful women. However, he had never heard of anyone who was seriously injured. Moreover, the person in front of him was seriously injured. If it was just a serious injury, Chu Yang would have accepted it. He could have taken him down with some effort and wasted some elixirs. However, this person was too strange. Take note, it wasn't the injury that was strange, but the person that was strange. His internal organs were not damaged, his divine sense was not damaged, and his meridians were unusually wide and unobstructed. Even a heaven-level expert like a certain cat wouldn't have such a good physique. However, his vitality was not enough, and he was about to die. He could die at any time. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen such a strange injury. Chu Yang judged that even the incomplete version of the heavy pill might not be effective. Therefore, he decided to only use half a pill to try. It would be good if he could be saved, but even if he couldn't, he would have done his best. It would be enough to answer to a certain cat. In the end, he was amused by the cat and the beast's words, and his hand trembled. The incomplete version of the heavy pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into surging vitality. Chu Yang sighed. It was destined to be wasted. Then he turned to ask Shifty Cat, "Teacher Cat, who is this person? Your friend?" Shifty Cat was tongue-tied. "What friend? How would I know who he is?" Chapter 1758. Chu Yang almost vomited blood. "What? You mean you don't know who this person is? You don't even know him, and you want me to save him? Do you know?" Teacher Cat looked at Chu Yang with bright eyes. "Saving the dying and healing the injured is the heart of a doctor. You're a doctor, don't you know this? I always thought you knew. That day, get lost." Minister Chu had heard the phrase, "A doctor has the heart of a parent," when he had been in the heavenly layer continent for 3 days. So, he didn't hesitate to curse. Baidu Search School Library P. OM, Teacher Cat turned his head to look at Brother Tiger resentfully. Brother Tiger glared and scolded. "Meow." At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded. "Where is this place?" Chu Yang and Greasy Cat were stunned. They turned their heads and saw the person lying on the bed on the verge of death open his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at them. Actually, they shouldn't be surprised. Even if it was an incomplete version of the heavy pill, it was still a rare elixir. It had the miraculous effect of reviving life and death. That day, Teacher Cat was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He also relied on this elixir. The moment he took it, his almost fatal internal and external injuries were instantly healed by 70%. This person also took one. It would be strange if it didn't have any effect. But why was he still so weak? Could it be that this person's strength was above Teacher Cat's, and that an incomplete version of the heavy pill wasn't enough to heal him completely? But as long as the time was short, he shouldn't be so weak. Besides, Chu Yang clearly noticed that when he turned his head, deep in this person's eyes, there was a look of relief. He couldn't help but be startled. Does this guy know me? Is that possible? Impossible. This person seemed to be a young man. He was dressed in a black robe. He couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it faintly revealed a sense of mystery. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had a kind of arrogant and awe-inspiring aura. Although his appearance was ordinary, his face was sharp and angular. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at Yi Zichen. The moment he opened his eyes, his originally zombie-like body seemed to be filled with the brilliance of life. His voice was weak and badly out of breath, but he was in such a situation. In such a situation, he still used the most coherent and calm tone to speak. It wasn't just to show off, but to protect his own dignity. This was a self-respecting, self-confident, self-reliant, and conceited person. Chu Yang and Fishy Guy had the same feeling at the same time. This person is probably not simple. Try not to be enemies. This is my pharmacy, Men's Hall. Chu Yang looked into the young man's eyes and said, "The temple that brings good news to all men. It specializes in curing my illness." Recently, Chu Yang had been thinking about money like crazy. This time, he didn't forget to advertise himself. But who would advertise like that? What you said is indeed very infuriating. Do I have a disease? Huh? The young man smiled weakly and said, I also have a disease. Ha! Not bad. Fishy laughed in praise. This sentence cleverly made the phrase, I'm sick, completely derogatory, and it was basically something that men could not say. It became grand and majestic, seamlessly connected from top to bottom. I also have an illness. Not only did he raise his status, but he also explained his illness. Yes, understood. I know you have a disease. Chuyang grinned and said, as long as I'm here and you're awake, you definitely won't die. You can rest assured. The young man smiled bitterly and said, may I ask, doctor, this injury of mine? When can I recover? Chuyang frowned and said, your excellency's injury is very strange. I'm still somewhat unsure, but you should know what kind of injury you sustained. Therefore, all I can do is to do my best and leave the rest to fate. As for when you'll recover, that's up to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? These words were confusing, incoherent, self-contradictory, and standard words that deserved a beating. Teacher Cat, who was listening at the side, was embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the young man nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, not bad. As expected, you have the demeanor of a highly skilled doctor. I understand. Since you understand, then I'll be a good person to the end. As Chuyang busied himself, he took out a box made of purple crystal jade essence. Inside, there was a purple needle. This was a needle made by Chuyang using souls of purple crystal. It was called the Soul Needle. This needle was very effective. It had the shocking effect of stabilizing the spirit, refining life, increasing vitality, and consolidating one's foundation. And this was the effect of the Soul Needle itself. It didn't take medical skills into account. The young man's eyes lit up. He said weakly, it's actually the purple crystal Soul Needle. I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. Looks like I'm really saved this time. Chuyang's eyes lit up. You also know about the purple crystal Soul Needle? The young man said weakly, these amethyst soul needles are meticulously refined from souls of the amethyst. Every palm-sized piece of soul of the amethyst can only be refined into a single soul needle at most. The price is incomparably expensive. It's also blasphemous to say that it's priceless. It's really a priceless treasure. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there are no more than 10 sets of such divine needles. Most of them are in the hands of legendary divine doctors. I didn't expect you to have a complete set. I'm the lucky one. Chuyang chuckled. He didn't hesitate. With a flash of purple light, a soul needle had already pierced into the young man's chest. With a light flick, only 1/3 of the soul needle was exposed, and a cloud of purple gas swayed out. For a moment, even the needle couldn't be seen clearly. Greasy exclaimed, this needle, wouldn't it go all the way into his internal organs? Wasn't he afraid of dying with one needle? A relieved smile appeared on the young man's face. He said, one needle to determine life and death, yin and yang turning into two extremes. You have good acupuncture skills and great medical attainments. After the needle was inserted, there was a hint of vitality in his voice. Chuyang pierced another needle into the young man's temple. Similarly, only the tip of the needle was left outside. With a light flick, purple light lingered. Wonderful! The young man's brows didn't move. He praised. A needle through the canopy, straight to the center of gravity. Is the doctor using the legendary Heaven Saint Needle technique? Chuyang's eyes narrowed. He said, good knowledge and good endurance. Knowledge could be said. As for endurance, Chuyang himself knew that this needle was the culmination of all the pain in the world. Using a kind of extreme pain to stimulate a person's vitality to quickly return. Then, this stimulated vitality gradually spread throughout the body to achieve the effect of further stimulating the human body's life potential. It looked like a light and delicate needle, but the pain caused by this needle was as terrifying as going through the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, the young man was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yet, he was still suffering such inhumane pain. He didn't even frown. His mental endurance was amazing. Endurance. Huh. Soybean-sized beads of sweat seeped out of the young man's forehead, but his expression was calm. I also want to cry out in pain. It's a little better, but I really can't afford to lose face. This sentence is well said. Chu Yang pierced the third needle. The position was actually in the dantian. He said casually, "May I know your name?" The young man exhaled. He said, "How can I not answer a doctor's inquiry? My surname is Yin, Yin Russian. A word is as heavy as a mountain. That's my name." After saying his name, he stared at Chu Yang and Shifty Guy with a somewhat sharp gaze. Chu Yang's face was indifferent. It was really indifferent. A certain king of hell only knew a limited number of people in this world. Unless you said you were Shuai Leihan, it was really hard to find a name that could move him. Of course, this time, Chu Yang was actually secretly paying attention to Fishy's movements. Fishy shook his fat neck, his face full of self-satisfaction. If this fellow had heard this name, he would definitely jump up and shout, "So you are Yin Russian?" Since he didn't move, it meant that he didn't have any impression of him. In other words, he didn't know this person at all. Chu Yang sighed. Looks like this particular cat isn't just an ordinary ignorant cat. Looking at Yin Russian, that name should be quite famous. But Fishy didn't react at all, as if he had heard a pile of dung. Yin Russian felt a little tragic. The muscles on his face finally twitched a little. It wasn't because of pain, but because he felt a little incredulous. How ignorant are these two fellows? To think that they don't know the title of the #1 general of the Eastern Royal Heavenly Oath Division. In the Eastern Royal Heavens, such a person would be considered a miracle if there was even one in 10,000 people. He didn't expect to meet two of them today. Could it be the day of 10,000? You have never heard of my name? Yin Russian couldn't accept it and asked subconsciously. To be honest, he used to hope that these two people didn't know who he was. But now that his wish had come true, he really hoped that they didn't know who he was. No matter how high the level of existence was, there would always be vanity. I really haven't heard of you. Chu Yang shook his head. Do you think you are Shuai Leihan? In the Eastern Royal Heavens, I only know of him. Yin Russian's face instantly darkened. Damn it, comparing that person to me, how can that be compared? In the Eastern Royal Heavens, if you don't even know who Shuai Leihan is, you could just die. Besides, how can the name of the Eastern Royal Emperor be mentioned so often? This doctor was really too daring and frivolous. Indeed, I haven't heard of you before. He asked curiously, are you very famous? Maybe I'm just ignorant. Yin Russian closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. If he spoke again, he was afraid that he would vomit blood and die the moment he opened his mouth. Can you give me a bigger blow? Energy, wood, energy? Am I very famous? What nonsense are you talking about? You're just ignorant and ill-informed. Chu Yang laughed and continued to insert the needles. After the needles were completely inserted, the young man could clearly feel that his body was faintly gathering essence energy. This unexpected change made him almost wild with joy. Scapulohumeral periarthritis acted up. At night, I went for an extra, unplanned acupuncture session. A brother recommended warm silver needles, but I asked, and it seems that our Lai Wu doesn't have it. Chapter 1759. Yin Russian was still rejoicing when he heard Chu Yang say, Brother Yin, I can guarantee that your life will not be in danger after this injection. You will also have a chance to recover your cultivation. I will concoct some medicine for you later. It should be useful after you drink it. Thank you, thank you. Yin Russian thanked him sincerely. It doesn't matter if you don't know my name. The most important thing is that you can cure me. If you don't have the ability to cure me with just my name, wouldn't that be more tragic? Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Chu Yang raised his hand to interrupt him. I believe that Brother Yin is definitely an extraordinary person. At the very least, the flexibility and broadness of the meridians in Brother Yan's body, as well as the tyrannical and domineering heart protection elemental energy in your heart meridians, have already indicated Brother Yan's status. I have no intention of finding out about Brother Yan's background, and I have no intention of receiving any repayment from Brother Yan. However, I still have a request. Yin Russian said seriously, "Tell me, as long as it's within my capabilities." It's definitely within Brother Yan's capabilities. I hope that Brother Yin can leave this place quietly after your body recovers. That's all. Chuyang smiled gently. Brother Yin is a wise man. I'm still weak, and it's not appropriate for me to be embroiled in the grudges of Brother Yin. Please forgive me. Yin Russian nodded in understanding. He couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Chu Yang's cautiousness and foresight could be seen from his words. With Yin Russian's cultivation and being from the pugilistic world, how could he have any enemies? How could the current Chu Yang afford to provoke someone who was qualified to be an enemy of Yin Russian's level? Even if it was just a little, he would be smashed into pieces. Yin Russian was naturally the first general of the Odes division who was brought down from the heavens by Chu Yang's oath. He was quite a tragic character. Chu Yang didn't know that Yin Russian's injury was caused by the joint efforts of Brother Hu and ZJ. Yin Russian also didn't know that the main culprit who caused Yin Russian's injury was the divine doctor who was receiving Yin Russian's gratitude. Yin Russian had his own matters to deal with. Although he was from the Odes division, Yin Russian had many enemies. News of Yin Russian's injury hadn't spread yet. It could guarantee a temporary safety. However, as long as this news spread out, it would easily cause a great storm. Perhaps this entire Zixia city would be completely destroyed. Not to mention Chu Yang, who had once treated ZJ. I promise you. Yin Russian uttered these words with a pause between each and every one of his words. The #1 general of the Oaths department knew the value of oaths more than anyone else. These 4 words. It was a promise to keep this secret for Chu Yang. At the same time, it also meant that even in front of Emperor Dongwang, Chu Yang's secret would not be revealed. Although Chu Yang had requested it, Yin Russian felt that keeping the secret meant letting the secret die in his heart forever. No matter who he faced, there was no exception. Chu Yang checked Yin Russian's body. Yin Russian's vitality was still too weak. This was actually how it should be. It wasn't that the heavy pill or the heavenly sage acupuncture technique wasn't effective. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be able to save his life. It was just that the amount of healing was insufficient. This was the difference between quality and quantity. The heavy pill and the heavenly sage acupuncture technique were of a high level, but the amount of healing was relatively insufficient. Yin Russian's cultivation was shocking. He was able to survive such a serious injury because his cultivation was too high. This caused the amount of vitality needed to recover to be ridiculously high. As a result, Chu Yang could only use 2 treasures to recover slightly. And as a result, Yin Russian's life force was insufficient to support his natural recovery. If this carried on, his life force would be depleted. With this appraisal, Chu Yang pondered for a while and decided to be a good person to the end. He poured out 3 drops of the spring of life and fed them to Yin Russian. Once Yin Russian's lips touched the spring of life, he suddenly sat up. Even with such a serious injury, he was able to sit up like a zombie. Spring of life. It's actually the spring of life? Yin Russian's eyes were as big as bells. Shut up. Chu Yang scolded without giving him any face. Yin Russian fell down with a plop. The shock he felt at this moment was truly unparalleled. There was actually such a brilliant doctor in such a remote place. And this seemingly ordinary young man actually had so many good things in his hands. No wonder he made such a huge bet with that chubby pomban the other day. So, he was actually fearless? In his hands, not only did he have the miraculous medicine that could quickly restore one's elemental energy, but this medicine did not make one's elemental energy recover significantly. However, it did make one's elemental energy recover significantly. It was very impressive. And there was the priceless purple crystal spirit needle. And even the spring of life. That was the most precious treasure of the fairy race. It was something that had been extinct in the Heaven Palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Oh my God, At this moment, the #1 general of the Oath Division was truly shocked by Chu Yang's generosity. Chu Yang didn't care whether he was shocked or not. After packing up, he let him rest in the room while Chu Yang and Catface left. To be honest, Chu Yang really didn't want to reveal too many trump cards. If he did, it would weaken Chu Yang. But this time he had to do it. Firstly, this guy's injuries were too serious. Only heavy pills could extend his life. Only the heavenly sage needle technique could stimulate his vitality. Only the spring of life could save his life. Of course, these were the most important reasons. Secondly, it was because this guy was terrifyingly powerful. The most conservative estimate was that he was at least a saint-tier powerhouse. He might even be stronger than Duan Tsankong at his peak. Forming a good relationship with him would definitely be beneficial in the future. Thirdly, this guy was righteous and worth saving. Of course, the most important thing was the promise that Yin Russian had made. His determination to mend a relationship between the two of them. This was a person who valued keeping a promise as much as his life. Chu Yang had always admired such people. Even if he couldn't get anything in return, he would still save him. I say, where did you get this pet? Catface looked at Brother Tiger in Chu Yang's arms and was a little envious. He has a newborn kitten. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and stroked Brother Tiger's back. Don't talk nonsense. This is my contracted spiritual beast. In all honesty, Chu Yang scolded Teacher Cat for his own good. If Brother Tiger bore a grudge against Catface, it wouldn't be good. Oh shit. You said shit. Catface jumped up. Oh my god, this is just an ordinary cat. Are you having a fever? Why did you take in such a trash as your contracted spiritual beast? Brother Hu's anger, which had just been appeased, rose again. He immediately stood up. He stared at Catface fiercely. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he looked like he was about to hit Catface with his claws. At the same time, Brother Tiger's voice rang in Chu Yang's mind. It sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. I want to turn this human-shaped cat into my feces. Calm down. With your status as a shit, it's not worth getting angry with a human-shaped cat. Chu Yang hurriedly comforted him. He turned to Catface and said, You don't look too good this morning. Did something happen to you? Catface's attention was immediately diverted. He sighed deeply and said, I've contacted the clan. That's a good thing. Doesn't that mean you have a way home? Chu Yang was surprised. Then why are you frowning? Of course it's a good thing. But the problem now is, the person who received my message is a crazy person. Catface was full of bitterness. After she received my message, she said that she wanted to help me. She even told the clan that she wanted to take revenge for me. The first thing she did was to come here alone. What? Chu Yang was shocked. The Wolf Clan's defense outside is so tight. She came here alone? Did she come here to shit me? Is she playing with her life? Or is she looking for death? I think he's most likely courting death. Isn't that so? She's a very violent person, Catface said with melancholy. She's also very barbaric, very domineering, very unreasonable, very irritable. She's a very unreasonable existence. Who is she? Chu Yang asked carefully. After listening to this long description, Chu Yang immediately knew that a storm was coming. It seems like this person is very scary. Even a certain cat with thick nerves would be afraid of this person. She must be a very powerful person. Could she be the Cat Clan's #1 god of war, #1 warrior? That person is my fiancée. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said those sorrowful words. She said weakly, I can clearly feel that I won't have any freedom in the future. But I don't have the strength to resist. Life is like being, since I can't resist, I can only accept it. I meow. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger straightened their necks at the same time. One man and one beast stared at each other like cute lion-headed goldfish. Shifty covered his face with his hands. In a few days, that scary woman will come. Sob. Whenever I think about this, I feel like I have nothing left to live for. There will be no more light in the future. That will be a time darker than darkness, and it will fill the rest of my life. I can't even beat her. Her father is the #1 expert of the cat clan. Cat Face became more and more sad as she spoke. Her tail drooped. Her voice was also a little choked. How can a small arm win against a big leg? Woo-woo. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger were speechless. They looked at each other and were completely stunned by the situation in front of them. Cat Face pleaded sorrowfully. Chu Yang, you will save me? You will save me, right? Chu Yang stood up decisively and ran out of the room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. His speed was the fastest in his life. Meow. The fur on Brother Tiger's body stood up, and he instantly turned into a shooting star, disappearing from the room in an instant. Brother Tiger's furry head was dripping with cold sweat. Too close, too close. What if this guy packed up a female cat and gave it to me? What should I do? Can I still live? One had to admit that Brother Tiger was still very worried. Chapter 1760. That night, the person who was supposed to treat my illness did not come as scheduled. It was rare that he was not here. As for the invincible blade, Duan Tsankong, he was busy getting the medicine. Of course, he could not come, so today was a rare work break. Chu Yang walked out with Brother Tiger in his arms. Greasy Face was still moaning and groaning in his room. What should I do? She's coming. Should I surrender to the Wolf Clan to avoid this destined enemy from my previous life, a nightmare that I can't avoid in this life? When he went outside, Chu Yang naturally had to change his appearance. Zhen Yukai suddenly reappeared in the world. Behind him was Brother Tiger, who was more than 30 feet tall and walked with majestic steps. One man and one beast, valiant and high-spirited, their eyes shining with golden light as they walked toward the Spirit Beast gaming field. Brother Tiger sighed as he walked. Back then, my benefactor went to the beast fighting arena. He also changed his appearance. Today, this big brother that I just met also changed his appearance. They both had the intention of eating the pig to eat the tiger and making a fortune. As the saying goes, a tough life needs no elaboration, but it's so similar. For a moment, it was as if time went back. Brother Tiger could not help but meow a few times. He could not suppress the nostalgia in his heart and almost burst into tears. I miss you so much. Benefactor, where are you now? I miss you so much. Little Z misses you so much. Chu Yang had just entered, and before he could buy today's ticket, he saw someone coming up to him. Master Zhen is here. Jin Wugong has already bought your ticket for today and specially instructed us to bring you there as soon as you come. Oh yes, he also asked us to tell you that he is ready and waiting for your arrival. Chu Yang suddenly smiled. This Jin Wugong was really a little impatient, but he was still too inexperienced. Didn't he know that the pie that fell from the sky was usually a discus? You ready? Are you already prepared to lose to me? Was he that impatient? Ha ha! Chu Yang laughed wildly and swaggered in with Brother Tiger. His demeanor was the same as a few days ago, as if he was about to start a massacre in all directions. Under the guidance of the manager, Chu Yang walked through a side door and unexpectedly found that although this relatively hidden beast fighting arena was not very big, it was extremely exquisite. Here, this was a high-class coliseum specially prepared for the rich and powerful. A real place to buy gold. Inside, there were many individual booths. They were high up in the air, and right below them was an arena. They were surrounded by a thin silver net. Every 10 steps, there was a person standing there. This silver thread was the heaven snare unique to the heaven-level Imperial Court. Even a heaven-level low-grade spiritual beast would not be able to tear it apart. As for rushing out, that was even more impossible. Not to mention, every 10 steps, there would be at least a human-level warrior watching them, just in case anything went wrong. Even if something unexpected were to happen, these experts would definitely not allow the spirit beast to cause any damage. Even with Chu Yang's picky eyes, one had to admit that such an arrangement was indeed close to flawless. There was a row of railings at the entrance of every private room, and on the railings, there were even Hawkeye sleeves. Setting up these eagle-eye sleeves naturally made it convenient for the distinguished guests in the box to see everything in the Beast Fighting Coliseum from multiple angles. Rows and rows of graceful, white-clothed girls were shuttling back and forth. They served tea, pastries, and wine to the distinguished guests in the box. The whole place, before the spirit beasts started fighting, it was actually filled with a kind of soft and gentle aura that belonged to a young girl. This place is well decorated. It's grand and classy. It's very suitable for my identity. Just as Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration, he saw the eyes of all the people in the private rooms turn towards him at the same time. Of course, most of their gazes were on Brother Hu. Then, one by one, they nodded their heads. The atmosphere of the place suddenly became lively. Perhaps the word lively was not enough to describe it. It was simply fiery. Jin Yukai, let me make this bet with you. Jin Yukai, I'll play with you this time. Jin Yukai, I'll bet with you. Let's decide the winner and loser. Jin Yukai, you're really too talented. Haha. Jin Xingxin, the fifth Duke of Jin, walked out from the big box in the center. He looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Brother Zhen is indeed a trustworthy person. I'll be here as scheduled. Seeing that someone was going to pick the peach first, how could Jin Xingxin not stand up to defend his sovereignty? His words made it clear. This Jin Yukai has a bet with me. The rest of you, go to the back and line up. Of course, the premise is that I still have money to deal with you after betting with me. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Since Jin Xingxin has an appointment, Jin Yukai will definitely come. Especially since Jin Xingxin is so rich. Tonight, I'll show off my strength. Everyone laughed together. In this spirit beast fighting arena, the discussion was always about the spirit beasts and who won and who lost. All the other grudges and grudges outside had come to a complete stop here, but it was hard to say whether they were laughing at Jin Xingxin or at Jin Yukai for overestimating his own strength. Where's that Ariai? Chu Yang turned his head and asked, Call him here. He was the one who introduced me to my spirit beasts. Why is he still missing when I'm ready to start winning? I still want to reward him after winning. The manager next to him smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Master Jin, Ariai has had a stomachache these days. Chu Yang was stunned. This time, a certain king of hell really wanted to reward Ariai. He wasn't just talking. Ariai definitely wouldn't have a stomachache, so coincidentally. Besides, if there was really money to be won, what's a stomachache? It must be because he actually chose such a trash spirit beast to fight. If he continued to compete, he might lose all his money. How could he expect to get a reward from him? What if he lost and blamed it on himself? Wouldn't that be the end of his life? He would die an unjust death. Therefore, Erhei would rather die than come to save his own skin. Only then did the people around know that this Jin Yukai actually went to the trading arena because of the recommendation of the casino's staff. They couldn't help but laugh again. He actually chose to use such a trash spirit beast to gamble because he believed the words of a casino staff. This Jin Yukai is really talented. Jin Xingxin laughed proudly. Ariai, I'll reward him heavily when I win. Since Master Jin has said so, I won't reward him if I win. Chu Yang laughed proudly as well. Why do you all have a private room, except for me? Hurry up and give me a private room. Chu Yang shouted. A private room? The manager's face twitched. He thought that Chu Yang might lose all his money after tonight. He probably won't have a chance to come here in the future, but he still wants a private room. Master Zhen, our private rooms here cost about 5,000 purple cloud coins and are reserved for a year. The larger rooms cost 1 purple cloud coin, and the time limit is also 1 year. Before he finished, Chu Yang had already shouted, Nonsense, of course I want a bigger one. With a flick of his hand, a purple cloud coin flew into the air with a hazy and enchanting color. It rolled back and forth in the air, leaving behind a hazy and brilliant neon light. Good. How generous. Countless people around him cheered. Just by looking at the hazy luster, one could tell that it was a genuine purple cloud coin. Everyone cheered. No one would reject it. After all, for this kind of nouveau riche, as long as you had money, you could just sit here. Once you won all of your money, your private room would naturally be gone. No matter how awesome a nouveau riche was, It was impossible for him to win against a rich and powerful clan. Moreover, he was an outsider. He didn't seem to be a strong dragon. Every day, there would be a few private rooms with good seats in the game field, especially for people like Jun Yukai who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Good. The manager caught the purple cloud coin and smiled like a flower. I'll arrange it for Master Jun right away. I wish Master Jun a great victory and a great victory. It didn't take long for Chu Yang's private room to be arranged. The location, view, and height were all excellent. Chu Yang was also very satisfied with this. After he entered, a maid immediately served him tea. Chu Yang drank the tea and casually crossed his legs. One of his big feet was swinging in the air, swinging, swinging, swinging. Even though he was wearing leather boots, the irrepressible foot odor was still diffusing. It floated in the air. The two maids who were assigned to this private room frowned slightly. They had seen many nouveau riches, but they had never seen one like this. Looking at this person's appearance and posture, they wondered if he hadn't washed his feet for many years. Such a person actually made a fortune? The heavens were really blind. Chu Yang was actually very speechless about this. He had already developed the good habit of washing his feet every night, but he still couldn't get rid of that damn foot odor. As long as he took off his shoes, the strong salted fish smell would fly up to 300 miles with the wind, lingering for 3 months. Chu Yang was also completely helpless about this. Looking at the two maids, he said somewhat apologetically, "Cough, cough, you two beauties should be content. Look, everyone else in this private room has taken off their shoes, only I haven't. I'm still very cultured." The two maids expressed their gratitude, but cursed in their hearts. Luckily, you're cultured. You're already like this even without taking off your shoes. If you took off your shoes, there would probably be no one in this game field. Outside, Jin Wugong actually didn't rush him. Chu Yang was very surprised by this and looked outside. Chapter 1761. Where did they go? Chu Yang asked curiously. Master Jun, that's where the bets are placed. They all went there to place their bets. A maid answered respectfully. He was very professional. After all, not everyone could withstand the stench that assailed their nostrils. Bets outside. Chu Yang's eyes instantly turned into the color of purple cloud coins. What are the odds now? Who's the banker? Is it stable? The so-called stable referred to the banker's reputation and financial resources. If the banker ran away or had no money to pay, it would be boring. This time, Third Master Jin is the banker. He's the oldest banker here. He has never defaulted. The maid replied, now the odds are 30. 1 for those who bet on Fifth Master Jin winning. What about those who bet on me winning? Everyone is rushing to buy it, right? Chu Yang asked excitedly. Those who bet on you winning. The maid curled her lips. She thought that no one would bet on him except for those who were kicked in the head by a donkey. She still answered, those who bet on you winning. The odds are 151. 50? So high. It can't be, right? Chu Yang stood up. Doesn't that mean that if I bet 100 million, I'll get 5 billion if I win? A total of 5. 1 billion. The maid resisted the absurd laughter in her heart. I'll return it along with your bet. That's great. Chu Yang clapped his hands excitedly. I must participate in such an opportunity to make a fortune. If I win, I'll give you a bonus. Then, he ran out of the box excitedly. As soon as Chu Yang went out, the two maids hurriedly rolled up the curtain and fanned themselves. It didn't matter whether they got a bonus or not. The most important thing was that they couldn't stand the stench of feet. They had to fan the stench out. The maids were really suffocating. Chu Yang ran out with a gust of wind. Everyone was startled. Have you finished betting? Chu Yang asked hurriedly. Old people also want to bet. Third Master Jin saw that no one had bet on Jin Yukai winning. He was about to announce the cancellation of the bets. Bets, bets, bets. What kind of gamble was this? Do you want the Zhuang family to suffer a huge loss? Lord Jun, do you want to bet as well? Seeing Zhun Youcai's sudden arrival, Third Master Jin felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He was truly overjoyed. Of course, Chu Yang said. Lord Jun, gambling has its own rules. If both parties want to bet, they can only bet on their own victory. Do you understand this? Third Master Jean asked. Third Master Jean wasn't making this up. It was indeed such a rule. He didn't even encourage both parties to bet on other things. After all, the bets made by the parties involved were too controllable. Even if it was allowed, they could only bet that they would win. After all, if they wanted to lose, no matter what, he could still lose. Shu Yang chuckled. Of course I bet on myself winning. Do you think I would bet on myself losing? That's good. How much would you like to bet? Third Master Jean asked impatiently. He thought to himself, if I don't bet a lot and it's hard to form an approximate ratio of bets, I can only cancel the bet. This is the first time I've played such a game. I'll play less. Jin Yukai hesitated for a moment. Then he said, let's play with 50 purple cloud coins first. Hiss. The onlookers were originally here to watch the fun. But when they heard that someone actually bet 50 purple cloud coins and even said that it was a small game, they couldn't help but gasp. Third Master Jean was even more stunned. He thought that a pie would fall from the sky. Who would have thought that a mountain of gold would fall from the sky? He even had a struggle to catch it. Those who bet on Jin Xingxin's victory didn't have a few hundred purple cloud coins. This was already a rare big gamble. The main reason was that everyone was so crazy was because they were too confident. But he didn't expect this person to bet. Just 50 purple cloud coins? Are you sure you want to bet so much? Third Master Jin's eyes almost popped out. 50 purple cloud coins was 5 billion water cloud coins. According to the current odds, the odds were 1 to 50. If he really lost, he would lose. He would have to pay out 250 billion water cloud coins. Even though the water cloud coins were the most common currency used by ordinary people, even though the Jin family's wealth accumulated over 1,000 years was far more than 250 billion water cloud coins. But if he wanted to lose so much money in an outside game, the pressure was still very heavy. The main reason was that the other side didn't have so much money. The two bets started to go wrong again. 50 purple cloud coins. Is it a lot? Jin Yukai asked curiously. Just by listening to his tone, it was as if he was talking about 50 water cloud coins. The way he looked at the crowd was like a super rich man looking at a bunch of bumpkins who had never seen the world. That kind of condescending look, that kind of arrogance. The crowd was speechless and collectively kept quiet. It seemed that it was really hard to answer this question. Was 50 purple cloud coins a lot? Did you know how many people in this world can't even earn 1 purple cloud coin after working hard for a lifetime? Now you're betting 50 purple cloud coins at once, and you're saying that it's a small game? Is it a lot? Then, in your eyes, how much is a lot? Are you so sure? Third Master Jean stroked his goatee and squinted. Mr. Jun, are you sure you want to use that spirit beast in the competition? You won't change your mind again, right? You should know that the focus of this outside game is your spirit beast. If you change your spirit beast at the last minute, the bet won't count. Shu Yang was displeased. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm worth cheating people for such a small amount of money? Such a small amount of money. Zhang Yotsai's wealth was truly perfect at this moment, shocking everyone present. 5 billion water cloud coins, in this Master Jin's eyes, was just such a small amount of money. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Zhang Yukai changed. They were no longer looking in nouveau riche. Instead, they were all guessing. This Zhang Yukai, is he a member of a huge financial magnate? For a moment, the crowd became cautious. Could such a person really win? The third master of Jin's heart was also uncertain. He was still worried. He waved his hand and called someone over. You go and check on that tiger. Spirit beast, do you see anything unusual? Let's make sure again. If we fail miserably, we'll lose a lot of money. Not long after, that person ran over breathlessly. I've confirmed that there's nothing unusual. The words nothing unusual were said very slowly. There was a meaning behind it. Everyone understood. The only one who didn't seem to understand was Master Jun. At this point, Third Master Jean was relieved. Chu Yang squinted and asked, You're so slow. Don't tell me. You can't afford such a small amount of money? What are you talking about? Third Master Jean laughed heartily. Not to mention such a small amount of money. Even if it's more, our Jean clan isn't afraid. Take the money. Immediately, someone came forward. Chu Yang handed over 50 purple cloud coins and murmured, "Do you want to add another 500? Third Master Jin's back was covered in cold sweat. Add another 500? If he lost, 1/10 of the Jin clan would be gone. This was the clan's wealth accumulated over 1,700 years. It was better not to risk it for now. Third Master Jin pretended not to hear Jin Yotsai's words and immediately announced, "Is there anyone else who wants to bet? Is there anyone else who wants to bet? If not, we'll close the bet. No more waiting." But how could the onlookers let the Jin clan take all the money? Immediately, they swarmed forward. "I want to add more money. I bet on 5th Master Jin." Me too, me too, me too. I bet on the Jin clan." The last one made 3rd Master Jin roll his eyes. This bet was nominally between Zhen Yukai and Jin Xingxin, the 5th master of the Jin clan. But in fact, everyone knew. This was definitely a private bet hosted by the Jin clan. In fact, Zhen Yukai was making a bet with the entire Jin clan. Otherwise, with 5th Master Jin status in the clan, he wouldn't be able to get an Earth-grade spirit beast to participate in this level of bet. Everyone knew this in their hearts, but no one was willing to say it out loud. Now that this guy directly said that he was betting on the Jin clan, it was tantamount to breaking the taboo. If it was someone else who was smart, he would immediately announce that he was giving up the bet. He would be able to avoid the loss of a huge amount of wealth, compared to losing face to keep the wealth. It was self-evident which was more important. Fortunately, great official Zhen didn't care about this at all. It was as if the victory was already in his hands. He smiled casually, took the bet sheet, and turned to leave. Jin Xingxin followed beside him and walked back together. "Brother Zhen, may I ask where you are from?" 5th Master Jin was now somewhat polite. The way he looked at Chu Yang was as if he was looking at a big fat sheep that he could take anything he wanted. "Well, from Heaven Saint City." "Eh, why are you asking this? Are you checking the family tree?" Chu Yang turned his head as if he had spilled the beans. "Nothing, nothing." Jin Xingxin smiled and walked to the side, but his heart skipped a beat. He was actually from Heaven Saint City, the biggest city in the Heaven Imperial Court, the place where the saint lived, the core of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Although the Jin clan was able to dominate the Purple Cloud City and had great power, if this power was transferred to Heaven Saint City, it wouldn't even be considered as dregs. However, this nouveau riche Jin Yukai was actually from Heaven Saint City. Where did he come from? 5th Master Jin knew that he wouldn't be able to get any more information if he stayed any longer, but these 3 words had already made him understand. He pondered and walked back. Cheers rose from the stands. Overwhelming cheers. Tonight's Spirit Beast game was about to officially start. The host's voice was full of enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen, the game of Spirit Beast game of our Purple Cloud City is about to start. This time, the participants of the game are Jin Sheng Xiangong of the Purple Cloud City and mysterious rich Mr. Jin Yukai of our Purple Cloud City." There was a burst of applause. The 5th Elder Jin Spirit Beast is the Earth-level Spirit Beast, the Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python. And Mr. Zhen Yotsai's Spirit Beast is a big cat tiger. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, it is the mighty and majestic big cat tiger, the big cat tiger that has never been defeated. Chapter 1762. The host's voice clearly showed a hint of astonishment. Yes, it's the big cat tiger. The big cat tiger." Listening to his voice, when the host said the words big cat tiger, his intestines should be in a mess. Now the battle between the two is about to begin. Everyone, please wait and see. Let's see if the golden single-horned dragon python or the undefeated big cat tiger will continue to write the legend of invincibility. On the viewing platform, in the box. Immediately, many people laughed out loud. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. Big cat tiger? This is a spirit beast? Did the Heavenly Imperial Court have such a name? The undefeated big cat tiger? To think that this host could come up with the words mighty and majestic. He was really eloquent. Indeed, it had never been defeated before. This is the big cat tiger's first battle. Since it has never been defeated before, it probably won't be defeated in the future. Very likely, it will meet its end here today. Will there be a battle between the two? Or will there be a battle between the two? With the fighting power of the Earth-grade golden single-horn dragon python, it would probably swallow this big cat tiger with a single charge. This host was really speaking against his conscience. Undefeated legend. Bullshit. Under the anticipation of the crowd, this unprecedented and exciting battle between the two spirit beasts finally began. Both sides have agreed that this will be the battle of victory and defeat. It has nothing to do with life and death. The host shouted loudly. Both sides began to walk off the stage. Chu Yang stood on Brother Tiger's side. On the other side, a hole appeared in the big net. A golden python with a white, jade-like horn on its forehead appeared. Its whole body looked like a golden sculpture. It was unusually handsome. It was hissing and spitting out its forked tongue as it slithered in. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted. Even though they were tens of feet apart, Chu Yang could feel the bone-chilling coldness. It was a kind of bone-chilling, murderous intent. It was like walking in a mass grave in the middle of the night and seeing a zombie jump out. It made one's heart palpitate. An Earth-grade spirit beast was indeed not to be underestimated. The moment it appeared, it gave everyone a show of strength. Chu Yang estimated, with ZJ's current cultivation, if he didn't use Calamity Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the snake. Jin Xingxin stood outside the net, gently stroking the Earth-grade golden single-horn dragon python with his hand. He murmured, as if he was instructing the golden single-horn dragon python. There is only victory and defeat, not life and death. This was a request that too many people made to Jin Wugong. The number of people was so great that Jin Wugong could not handle it. They couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Jin, you can't be the only one who gets all the benefits. If you kill Jin Yotsai's spirit beast, how can we win money? That's right, that's right. Duke Jin, your family has eaten meat. We should at least get some soup to drink. This kind of opportunity is too rare. It would be best to let Zhen Yukai, that big cat tiger, fight for hundreds of rounds. No matter what, he had to take all the money out of him before killing him. That's more like it. That's right, that's right. It's better to share the joy than to share the joy alone. If there's money to be made, everyone should earn it. Regarding this, Jin Xingxin was actually very helpless. However, he really did not have the strength to deal with so many lobbyists. In fact, the Earth-grade golden single-horn dragon python was a very bloodthirsty spirit beast. It also liked to devour its target. If it was not told beforehand, it would probably swallow the big cat tiger. If that was the case, it would offend too many people. However, this golden single-horn dragon python did not really care about Jin Wugong. Jin Wugong was not its real owner. If it were not for this special competition, how could Jin Wugong be qualified to own an Earth-grade spirit beast? Regarding this, Jin Wugong was really in a terrible fix. He could not afford to offend the public. Although the Jin clan was a big clan, if he ruined the collective mood of the other big clans present, it would also be a very offensive thing. The higher-ups of the Jin clan might not care, but Jin Wugong could not care. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked Brother Hu's body. He said, "You must be careful. If you can't win, you can escape back. We don't care about money. We can earn more if we lose it. You only have one life, and ZJ's life is the most important. You must remember, your life is the most important." Brother Hu nodded. Brother Hu, who had always been arrogant, bloodthirsty, and warlike, was very docile at this moment. He was so docile that Chu Yang was not used to it. Brother Hu actually had such a side to him, along with a majestic drumbeat, along with Chu Yang's gentle stroking, especially that sentence. Brother Hu felt as if he was going back in time. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were fighting in the Beast Arena. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios at that time, ZJ was helpless and terrified. He could only be at the mercy of others. Many of ZJ's kind and seniors grew up in the beast fighting arena. In the end, they also died in there. There were no exceptions. All of them died. No, they died in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the life of the beast fighting arena could not be described as a life. The living ZJ would be squeezed dry of all its value. Once it died, it would have no value. He thought that ZJ would not be able to avoid this fate. He did not know when the beast fighting arena would come. Perhaps ZJ would also become a stiff corpse. He would fulfill some people's wishes, but at the same time, he would also empty some people's wallets. He would become the target of those people's curses and anger. However, his benefactor appeared at that moment. He appeared without any warning. Out of so many of his kind, he only chose ZJ. His hand gently stroked ZJ's back. That indescribable comfort. At the same time, the aura that changed the course of ZJ's life entered ZJ's body from his benefactor's hand. In an instant, ZJ's body mutated. It mutated from the root. That aura increased ZJ's ability by countless times. It expanded ZJ's potential to infinity. When his benefactor removed his hand, ZJ became the king of his kind. He was the undisputed king of his kind. The once invincible opponent could only wag his tail and beg for mercy in front of ZJ. He did not dare to act rashly. That was the fear that came from the bottom of a person's soul when facing a king. At that moment, King Shu was reborn, and ZJ's life was completely rewritten. However, his benefactor did not keep ZJ by his side. Instead, he let ZJ go from then on. That mysterious aura remained in ZJ's body. It allowed ZJ to evolve again and again. He finally became the Beast King, Beast Emperor, Beast Venerable, until he reached the Beast Limitless. Even that time, when the dimension shattered, it was also because of the mysterious aura that his benefactor gave him. It protected ZJ and allowed him to drift in the space turbulence. If it wasn't for that power, ZJ would have turned into a pile of bones or a pile of fine powder many years ago, dissipating with the wind without a trace. For many years, ZJ had wanted to return to his peak state and look for his benefactor. No matter where he went, 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 he still wanted to look for his benefactor. However, he did not get what he wanted. Finally, on that day, Jurin felt an aura similar to his benefactor appear in this place. That's why he rushed over in the middle of the night. He did not expect to see his master this time because the aura was too weak. It might be his benefactor, but he might have some information about his benefactor. As long as there's hope, he will try, even if he has to hide in a lowly market. His benefactor seemed to like to patronize such places. His benefactor seemed to have a natural liking for beasts. That's why ZJ hid in this place and did not let anyone notice his abnormality. He would search for his benefactor every night. But ZJ came with high hopes, but it was to no avail. There was no trace of his benefactor's aura. However, on that day, this person came to ZJ. The sword in his hand was clearly made by his benefactor. That aura is unforgettable, and it's definitely not a mistake. It's the aura of his benefactor, the smell of his benefactor. I am not qualified to follow my benefactor, but I want to follow this person who is related to my benefactor. I want to protect him and grow up. I believe that if I can accompany him, I might have a chance to meet my benefactor again. That's why I am willing to acknowledge him as my boss. At least, I want to protect him on behalf of my benefactor. Luckily, this boss and my benefactor treated me well. Since I cannot find my benefactor now, it is not a bad choice to stay by his side. Especially just now, when he stroked my back before the battle. That gentleness is very similar to the feeling my benefactor gave me, listening to the cheers around him and looking at the ferocious faces of the people around him. Tiger Gu felt the warmth of his memories. This kind of event can make me reminisce. Actually, I really want to spend more time in this kind of place. The memories from back then were so heartwarming and touching. Haha, that invincible and undefeated cat Tiger seems to be scared stiff. Someone shouted from the side. That's right. Why isn't it moving? Could it be that the spiritual beasts were intimidating each other? causing the big cat tiger to be unable to move. Damn, Jin Wugong won too easily this time. You can't force the fate of a person. That's right. That golden single-horned dragon python is almost in front of him, but this invincible big cat tiger is still in a daze. They're not even on the same level. He has never been defeated before. Looks like he's about to open his business. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Anyway, no one is optimistic about Tiger Ge. Jin Wugong smiled and rubbed his fingers together. It seems like he is about to collect the money. You can't blame him for this. In this situation, 100 people have to believe that he can win. 1,000 people have to believe that he can win. Even if there are 10,000 people, there must be at least 1,000 people who believe that he can win, except for Jin Yukai. Many people even stared at Duke Jin with envious and jealous gazes. This guy was really too lucky. But at this moment, the golden single-horned dragon python rushed over. Chapter 1763. A trace of cold-blooded cruelty flashed across the golden single-horned dragon python's cold eyes. It opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow the opponent in front of it. Facing such an opponent, it didn't even bother to use its innate skill. It would just swallow it whole and be done with it. As for not being allowed to kill, who set this rule? The words of the guy who brought him here were nothing, not even worth a fart. It was his good fortune that it didn't swallow him whole. The golden single-horned dragon python didn't care about this. This was the pride of an earth-level spirit beast. At the last moment when the cold fangs were about to bite Brother Tiger's head, Brother Tiger suddenly woke up and jumped abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. In everyone's eyes, or rather, it could be said that everyone could see that it was a jump out of panic or a jump out of desperation to survive. They had to admit that this jump actually helped the big cat tiger escape from danger temporarily. It actually leaped into the air and coincidentally landed on the back of the golden single-horned dragon python. Moreover, its whole body was trembling, and everyone could see the trembling of its fur. It climbed up with difficulty. It was fine if it didn't climb up, but when it climbed up, its hind legs kicked twice, and coincidentally, it kicked on the head of the golden single-horned dragon python. As everyone knew, the golden single-horned dragon python's eyes were on the top of its head. When its hind legs kicked on the golden single-horned dragon python, something happened that made everyone's jaws drop. The sharp nails on the claws that were emitting cold light actually sank into the golden single-horned dragon python's wide-open eyeball. The big cat tiger cried out in horror, as if it was very surprised and scared that its hind legs had stepped on something soft and sank into it. It struggled a few times in a flurry before it finally pulled its claws out of the golden single-horned dragon python's eyeball. Immediately after, black blood spurted out with a foul smell. The golden single-horned dragon python's eyeball had turned into a pile of paste. The golden single-horned dragon python was stunned. It paused for a moment before it reacted. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shattering scream. Roar. Who said that snakes couldn't roar? It was proven that when a snake really roared, it could also be very heart-wrenching. On the stands and in the private rooms, countless people's eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets. Clap, clap, clap. Countless Hawkeye's sleeves fell from his hands and rolled around on the ground. No one would have thought that such a scene would actually occur. Such a grotesque scene happened just like that. Where was the logic to go? At this moment, the golden single-horned dragon python was infuriated to the point of insanity. It was in so much pain that it was on the verge of exploding. Underestimating the enemy? Does it count? It didn't count. He had never expected that his carelessness and underestimation of his opponent would cause him to be so severely injured right from the start. Most importantly, this injury seemed to have been caused by his opponent's unintentional and panic. This was even more unbearable. The intense pain caused by the rupture of the eyeball drove the golden single-horned dragon python completely mad. With a hoo sound, the golden single-horned dragon python coiled up like a whirlwind. Soon after, the entire field suddenly turned dark. Gusts of yellow and black whirlwinds whirled around. This was the golden one-horned dragon python's innate skill. It was also an Earth-tier advanced skill, yellow-black storm. The two whirlwinds were actually two types of deadly poison. They were the symbiotic poison of the golden single-horned dragon python, yin and yang. Any warrior below the Earth tier would die immediately. That was not the end of it. It opened its mouth, and a ball of golden light was brewing in its mouth. This was the unique skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. It would never use this skill unless it was in a life and death battle. Golden explosion ball. This was the famous skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. At the same time, it was also the origin of its name. Once the golden explosion ball was used, even a heaven-tier expert would be severely injured. This was a desperate move. The golden one-horned dragon python obviously hated a certain tiger to the extreme. It was determined to completely rot this fellow and then use the golden explosion ball to smash it into pieces before swallowing it whole. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the big cat tiger did not show any joy of severely injuring its opponent. It kept retreating in fear. Its tail kept wagging as if it was begging for mercy, begging for its opponent to be merciful. The golden one-horned dragon python pounced over like a whirlwind. Meow! This cry made the jaws of all the spectators drop at the same time. They were really stunned to death. Such a ferocious beast, which was more than 3 zhang long, actually let out a cat cry? Was this thing an ocelot or a cat? A ball of yellow light and black fog exploded with a loud bang. The golden explosion ball exploded. In a blur, a panic-stricken figure could be seen jumping up again. Its jumping ability was incomparable, and it directly jumped to the opposite corner of the arena, panting heavily. That golden explosion ball violently exploded on the inescapable net of the animal fighting arena. Outside, the expert supervising the arena was blown away by this force and rolled out like a rubber ball. This was because the inescapable net had already eliminated most of the force. Otherwise, that expert would have died long ago. However, the big cat tiger actually dodged such an astonishing attack once again. It was really too lucky. The golden one-horned dragon python's furious cry shook the heavens and the earth. It quickly turned around and faced the big cat tiger, which was so scared that its soul seemed to have left its body and was shivering. Its huge body, which was more than 5 zhang long, soared into the air and flew over like a golden lightning bolt. A cold and violent hurricane rose from the ground. The people on the other side shuddered at the thought of this. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The big cat tiger let out another loud cry and shivered. It mustered all its courage and strength and leaped toward the opponent. Should it face the attack? Or should it dodge? It seemed that it was more likely to dodge, because the big cat tiger's outstanding jumping ability had already allowed it to dodge the golden one-horned dragon python's head-on attack. However, this round of battle was far from over. In fact, it was just the beginning. Because, oh my God, on the stands, in the private rooms, countless people who were holding Hawkeye gloves felt goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. After dodging the opponent's attack, the big cat tiger jumped onto the golden single-horned dragon python's head. The hind claw that it didn't use just now coincidentally scratched into the other eye of the golden single-horned dragon python, just like before. That was not all. The big cat tiger, which seemed to be in a panic and didn't know what to do, actually crashed into the golden one-horned dragon python's erect white jade horn. Ow meow. The big cat tiger let out a miserable cry and was instantly sent flying and bounced back. However, it wasn't that the tiger didn't gain anything from this collision. In fact, it gained a lot. The pitiful golden one-horned dragon python's unusually handsome horn was actually broken off from the root. It fell to the ground with a paw sound, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the bloody hole on its head. Everyone knew that the golden one-horned dragon python's weak point was its horn. Moreover, as a reptile and a type of python, the golden one-horned dragon python's eyes were the same as other snakes without exception. They weren't very useful. The thing that actually commanded it to attack or move forward was the white jade horn. It had a function similar to the sound waves released by bats, guiding the direction. Without its horn, the golden single-horned dragon python had truly become blind, deaf, and had a severely congested nose. It could not even smell anything. Now, the golden one-horned dragon python's condition could only be described as extremely miserable and tragic. Not only were both of its eyes blinded, but its most important horn had also been broken. It could only rely on its instincts to roll around in the beast battle arena, biting, circling, and charging everywhere. It cried out miserably as it attacked blindly without any purpose. However, the big cat tiger was shivering and hiding in a corner. The golden one-horned dragon python couldn't attack it at all. It hid in a corner and trembled all over, looking at the golden one-horned dragon python with eyes full of fear. However, the golden one-horned dragon python had attacked almost all the spots except for this one. Blind spot? Blind spot! How could this be possible? Everyone fell into a daze at the same time. Was this luck? If this was luck, then this was too lucky. Oh my God! In the private room, Jin Wugong was dumbstruck. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an outcome. An Earth-level spirit beast actually ended up in such a miserable state because it underestimated its enemy. Jin Wugong had two questions that he couldn't figure out. The first question was, spirit beasts were spirit beasts. In the world of spirit beasts, how could they underestimate their enemy? The golden one-horned dragon python wouldn't let its guard down in a normal battle, even if it was against a mouse. It would only relax after it had completely killed or devoured its opponent. Why was it so muddle-headed this time? The second question was, many of the golden one-horned dragon python's attacking methods hadn't been used yet. Why didn't it use them? As an Earth-level spirit beast, the golden one-horned dragon python had been trained by the Jin family for so many years. It was even proficient in martial arts to a certain extent. It could even transform the lower half of its body into a whip, a broadsword, or a long spear. However, it didn't show any of these in this battle. It didn't even use the most primitive and basic survival method of a snake, which was to entangle its opponent to death. How could it end up in such a state? Also, the most puzzling thing was, the horn of the golden one-horned dragon python could be said to be the strongest part of its body. It was also where the golden one-horned dragon python's life was located. It had always attached great importance to it and would never allow anyone to touch it. How could it be hit so easily this time? Moreover, it was broken with just one hit. Was he fucking made of tofu? Blood was still spurting out in the field. The whole field was almost soaked in the blood of the golden one-horned dragon python. The golden one-horned dragon python was still in a frenzy. However, anyone could see that this golden one-horned dragon python was definitely not going to survive. Now that its life gate was broken, it meant that its life was coming to an end. Even a saint-level spirit beast couldn't escape from such an injury, let alone an earth-level spirit beast. There were only 3 words to describe it. It was dead, and the big cat tiger that caused all of this was trembling in fear at the side, as if it was a sieve. Chapter 1764. Everyone turned their gazes and looked at the big cat tiger that was still cowering in a corner and shivering. That classic cowardly behavior, that cowardly look of not daring to fight at all, and that eye-catching horn-like lump on the top of its head, it was the price it had to pay for hitting its head on the horn just now. It caused such a big bump on the big cat tiger's head. It was as if the golden single-horned dragon python's horn had grown on the big cat tiger's head. This cowardly look made everyone sigh and wring their hands. Fuck, if the golden single-horned dragon python couldn't kill this big cat tiger before it ran out of life force, this guy would actually become the winner? It would win the competition inexplicably. Everyone who realized this result was petrified. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bestial battle arena was like a silent movie. The golden single-horned dragon python continued to roar, scream, groan, and attack, until it was groaning and squirming. Gradually, it stopped moving, completely motionless, completely motionless. The snake's head that was once high and mighty now fell to the ground like a plastic pipe that had been drained of water. It twitched a few times with great effort and finally returned to silence. Although they had already realized that this result was coming, they still hoped that a miracle would happen. The crowd fell into a daze, and the whole arena was silent. It was at this moment that a mighty roar suddenly rang out. The big cat tiger actually stood up like a lively dragon and shook its fur. Then it rushed up to the corpse of the golden unicorn dragon python with an aura of a mighty, invincible king. It hissed and bit at the corpse of the golden unicorn dragon python. Its mouth was still growling. Although the crowd didn't understand what this guy was saying, they could guess it because a certain tiger's expression said it all. "Stand up, you bastard. I'm here to fight with you. Come on. Come. Let's fight to our heart's content. This old one will have a fair fight with you. Stand up and fight with me if you have guts. Why are you pretending to be dead? Stand up. Come back and fight with this old one if you have the guts." Although the big cat tiger might not have said that, it's proud and rampant, arrogant and domineering, and beating the dog while it's down boldness made everyone think that it was not too far from the truth, even if they couldn't guess it. Seeing this big cat tiger hissing and biting at the corpse, as if it was in a life and death battle state, the crowd felt their jaws dislocate. They felt that their eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. Their eyeballs all over the ground. There was actually such a shameless beast in this world. It was really too shameless. Can you be any more shameless? Kim Wood. Did you fucking forget that you only knew how to tremble and run away when your opponent showed his might just now? Now you're trying to show off? Can you be any braver? Finally, someone shouted, "Fuck! What kind of ability are you trying to show off in front of a dead person?" Someone immediately reminded him, "It's not a dead person, it's a dead snake." How shameless. It's really too shameless. Countless people were indignant at the tiger's actions, but more of them were unwilling to accept it. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. It was obviously a good thing that fell from the sky, but the pie disintegrated in mid-air, and the filling was actually feces that covered the whole body and face. Other than being disgusted, there was nothing else. Oh, and it was also highly poisonous. You guys are actually talking to a beast about being shameless. Could it be that you guys actually understand the language of beasts? What a talent. A very small number of people who didn't place their bets for various reasons gloated and made sarcastic remarks, finally feeling better. The farce was still going on. That big cat tiger hissed and bit a few hundred times before it barely tore open the weakest part of the golden single-horned dragon python's belly and swallowed the inner core and snake gallbladder in a dignified and calm manner. While the crowd was dumbfounded, they beat their chests and stomped their feet. The dead golden single-horned dragon python was lying there for the cat tiger to bite, but it still took a few hundred bites to tear open its belly, which was second only to its vital part. What if it was still alive? However, this big cat tiger was the winner of this competition. How could the crowd accept this? How could they endure this? Brother Tiger slowly ate the snake's gallbladder and inner core. Only then did he shake his head and wagged his tail in satisfaction. With the heroic bearing of a victor, he walked in a circle around the field in a mighty and majestic manner. As he walked, he roared towards the sky. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed to be announcing, I won. I'm the winner." Brother Tiger was really proud of himself in his heart. Although there was a huge disparity in strength, this game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was really fucking satisfying. No one had noticed at all, and it was a real secret that it had made a fortune in silence. As for demonstrating and marching around the arena, it had wanted to do that for a long time. It had been so many years it had wanted to do that when it was in the animal fighting arena, but it didn't have a chance. It had slipped away after one round of fighting. Now, of course, it had to walk a few more rounds to its heart's content. Yunyuan's regret back then. Sigh. How many regrets in life? Below the arena, everyone was dumbstruck and silent. After a long time, a person who didn't place a bet asked his companion gloatingly, "Brother, how much did you win? Do you have to treat us?" Ha ha! This sentence completely woke everyone up. Countless people beat their chests and stomped their feet. In an instant, resentment filled the sky. My money. My money. Damn it, I actually lost. How could I lose in such a situation? Oh God, I can't live anymore. Fuck, what kind of bullshit Earth-grade spirit beast is it? It can't even beat an ordinary beast, causing me to lose so much money. I'm cursing its 18 generations of ancestors, cursing its descendants to be unable to get hard. After this battle, I've completely lost confidence in the so-called spirit beasts. How can I believe in beasts? Woo woo woo. Jin Xingxin and Jin Wugong looked defeated. Their eyes were lifeless as they stared blankly at the big cat tiger that was still circling around the arena. Their hearts had already collapsed. Since it was a game between spirit beasts, there were definitely risks. There were winners and losers. Of course, it could also be said that the winner was the loser. If they had lost the battle, and died, Jin Wugong wouldn't find it so hard to accept. However, the problem was that everyone, even an idiot, could see that the golden single-horned dragon python had the absolute advantage. No, it should be an absolute victory. It definitely had the tyrannical strength to crush this big cat tiger to death without any effort. However, with such a huge disparity in combat power, the final result was an extremely sullen loss. Moreover, the deciding factor of victory was actually 3 consecutive accidents. The most frustrating thing was that these accidents were all based on the fact that the big cat tiger escaped all the way. This fellow didn't even dare to fight head-on, but it still won. Tell me, where is this logic to go? The people around him looked at Jin Wugong sympathetically and quietly moved away from him. This guy looks like he's about to break down. If he's going to break down, then so be it. Don't go crazy. Even if you go crazy, don't go crazy on us. Third Master Jin, who was in charge of the gambling outside the arena, was much better than his nephew. He was still rational, but his head was full of sweat. His goatee was trembling in the wind, and his hand was shaking like chicken feet. His face was even more lifeless. Fuck, it was obviously a sure-win bet, but he lost. Well, it didn't seem to be a loss, because there were many people who lost. Those who bet on Jin Xingxin's victory all lost everything, and all the money became Third Master Jin's. But the problem was, all the money added up was only 873 purple cloud coins. But he had to pay Jin Yukai a total of 2,550 purple cloud coins. This time, he really lost a lot of money. Third Master Jin had been the banker here for more than 10 years. Half of the money he earned in half of his life went to Jin Yukai at this moment. At this moment, Third Master Jin's face was pale. It wasn't because of winning or losing, but because of his heartache. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. Third Master Jin had been gambling here for more than 10 years, and he had seen all kinds of storms. As a banker, he could win 10 times in a row, but it was impossible to win 10 times without losing. Occasionally, there would be mistakes or accidents. If you really won all the time, who would bet with you? Who dared to bet so much money was really stupid? Did you think that everyone was like Mr. Jean a few days ago? But today, he lost so much money. It was really painful. Half of his life's savings was gone just like that. Anyone else would be distressed. How could you not be distressed? Energy would, and energy. On the other side, the host was also in a daze, petrified and fixed state for a long time. The outcome of the battle was already clear, but he was still sleepwalking and didn't know how to announce the result. If he had announced the result earlier, the snake gallbladder and internal elixir might have been left to the Jin family. Until Jin Yukai roared, "Hey, I say, that host, did you have a fever yesterday? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? How long has it been since the battle ended? Why haven't you announced the result yet? Are you very free? I'm waiting to get my money." Suddenly, he burst into laughter again. That's great. Big Cat Tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It's invincible. It's continuing its undefeated legend. Today, I've made a small fortune again. I'll give you more food later. Everyone who heard this only felt their balls cramping in pain. Made a small fortune? Only made a small fortune? Only made a small fortune? You fucking bet on this round. Other than the 100 purple cloud coins you won from Jean Wugong, you also won 2,500 purple cloud coins from Third Master Jean. In total, it's 2,000 purple cloud coins. In other words, it's 20 billion Shueiyuan coins. And it's only a small fortune? I really want to ask you, how much is too much? Can you be more arrogant? Energy, wood, and energy? I have to take half a day off today. I saved this chapter yesterday. I felt something was wrong yesterday. Today, I'm sweating all over. I feel nauseous and dizzy. I'm afraid it's the heat. I'm going to lie down after posting it. This year is probably the hottest year in history. The most hateful thing is because of my shoulders, neck, and waist. I don't dare to enjoy the air conditioning. Every day, I write in my room like I'm in a sauna. Heat. I also felt that it would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen today. Chapter 1765. The host finally jumped onto the stage with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes. The result of this battle is that Mr. Zhun Yotsai's big cat tiger has won. The big cat tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It is invincible and has never lost a battle. Once again, it continues to write the legend of invincibility. Cough, 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 cough. At the end of his speech, the host coughed violently. This was really, he didn't expect this outcome at all. It was really too unexpected. To be able to say something like this was the limit of a professional's ability. He wanted to find something more professional, but he did not have the strength to do so. However, the result of the battle has indeed been decided. Everyone was in a 100% petrified state as they watched Jin Yukai bring the big cat tiger down from the arena with his precious baby. Each and every one of their gazes were like puppets with strings pulled, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. An Earth-grade spirit beast could actually be so careless, and it was such a fatal carelessness. Apart from the snake's carelessness, the big cat tiger's luck was also too good. It was simply too good. For the sake of me? For the sake of me? Why can't such a good thing happen to me? People don't even care if they win. It's just a small sum of money. If I win this round, I don't need to do anything in this lifetime. No, at least for 3, 5, or 7 lifetimes. Chuyang took 100 purple cloud coins from the grief-stricken 5th Elder Jean. Then, he walked over to Third Master Jean proudly. Third Master Jean, haha, thank you for being the banker this time. That my prize. Third Master Jin's old face turned into a dried cigar. Cough, cough, this 2,500 purple cloud coins. Haha, as the saying goes, if you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Since I'm the banker, I won't deny my loss. But as your senior, I need to remind you that this sum of money is not small. Can you take it all by yourself? Haha, this world is not very peaceful. Chuyang raised his right hand. It's a small matter. Look, do you see this? This thing is called a space ring, not to mention a mere 2,500 purple cloud coins. Even if it was 5 million purple cloud coins, he would still have more than enough money to spare. Thank you for your concern. As expected of senior gambler, your magnanimity is outstanding. Everyone instantly looked at the ring on Chu Yang's hand, and they all fell silent. It was an ordinary, unadorned, unremarkable ring with almost no decorations on it. It was actually the legendary spatial ring. Furthermore, the amount of energy stored was astonishing. Was the origin of this Zhun Yukai? Dong Shuebing's background is getting more and more mysterious. In fact, what was revealed now was only the tip of the iceberg, a mere grain of sand. Among the people present, there were only a few people who had a storage space. Their storage space was incomparable to Lord Zhun's, but all of them treated it like a treasure. He did not dare to show it in front of others. Rashly appearing in front of others would only bring unnecessary trouble to ZJ. Not everyone was like great official Zhun, who didn't treat the purple cloud coin as a big deal and didn't treat spatial equipment as a secret. He doesn't even mind revealing more secrets to others. He could even store 5 million purple cloud coins, and there would be more than enough to spare. This was no different from telling others that he had a lot of other things in his space. As for the specifics, they could just imagine. Anyway, I don't treat 2,500 purple cloud coins as a big deal. It's just a small amount. Was he implying that the value of other things in his space ring was even higher than 2,500 purple cloud coins? That was like carrying a huge treasure trove with him everywhere he went. In addition, there was also his ability to come and go without a trace. Everyone could only look up to him in the dust. Jin Yukai was so famous in the beast fighting coliseum. Why didn't the big clans send people to investigate and find out about his background? But no matter how they investigated, this person was actually so mysterious that there were no clues at all. Up until now, they couldn't even find out where he was staying. It wasn't just one clan that was like this. All the clans and forces had investigated and found valuable clues. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have the same doubts in their minds. What kind of background did this person have? How can a person like him be so stupid? Using a wild beast to participate in the game? And it was a sky-high amount of wealth. Instantly, many people started to have doubts about Zhen Yotsai's spirit beast, Tiger Cat. Today's competition was too strange. It was too bizarre. It seemed too ridiculous. While Zhen Yukai was collecting his debts, many people took the opportunity to observe the Tiger Cat. But no matter how they looked at it, it was just a harmless, ordinary wild beast. Even if there was not the slightest bit of elemental energy fluctuation as they walked and breathed, they did not cause any elemental energy fluctuations in the air. It was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary. Could it be that he was really lucky? Unbelievable. As a result, many people once again had lively thoughts. Their eyes darted around as they thought, my family's spirit beast is much stronger than this big cat tiger. The Jin clan's golden, single-horned dragon python can be careless, but my spirit beast definitely won't. In fact, it wasn't just the crowd who felt that it was unbelievable. Even Chu Yang himself felt the same way. Chu Yang had tried to overestimate a certain tiger's ability. He even wanted to predict the outcome of this competition. But he never expected that a certain tiger's acting would be so outstanding. Obviously, today's results had caused many people to be deceived and tempted by a certain tiger's acting skills. They were slowly falling into the abyss of depravity. At this moment, Chu Yang had just received a huge sum of money from Third Master Jin, who was about to cry. He was about to leave smugly. Congratulations, Brother Zhen, on your victory. Are we still going to continue tomorrow? Ruwa is still planning to continue. Why don't I accompany you? Wu Xiaoshan couldn't wait to come out. Previously, Jin Wugong had snatched the first prize, and his heart was filled with unhappiness. Now that Jin Yukai had won, Wu Xiaoshan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suddenly, a purple pie that was shrouded in purple light smashed towards Zhen Yotsai's head. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Of course, everyone was paying attention to official Zhen Yotsai's reaction. They were very afraid that official Jin Yukai would say something like not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, and so on. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was arrogant and domineering. I'm in the prime of my life now. How can I not gamble? Gamble. Not only gamble. It's a big and special gamble. It's just that. Everyone's eyes instantly dimmed. They were afraid that they would hear something like, it's just that, but, and so on. Why did he say, but in the beginning? Could it be that he was going to push the drum? Could it be that Brother Zhen has some inconvenience? Wu Xiaoshan asked anxiously. He couldn't help but be anxious. This was a big matter that involved a lot of money. Actually, there's no problem. I'm just thinking that my big cat tiger is so brave. Today, it had already killed that golden single-horned dragon python. Is there really any spirit beast that dares to challenge it? My big cat tiger is the most suitable for me. It's also brave and invincible. I will only use it to fight. If everyone is afraid of my big cat tiger and no one dares to challenge it, wouldn't it be very boring? Chu Yang said with a troubled look. What the hell? He actually said, it's just that, for this matter. While everyone was shocked, they also felt boundless joy. What a good person. Firstly, we were afraid that you wouldn't gamble. Secondly, we were afraid that you would change your spirit beast to create variables. You're really a good person. You actually arranged everything for us in advance. If you're not a good person, what else can you be? Instantly, everyone's emotions were aroused. Wu Xiaoshan even spoke up for Chu Yang. Brother Zhen, please rest assured. Our Purple Cloud City lacks spirit beasts, but we don't lack people who dare to gamble. As for spirit beasts, you can rest assured. Brother Zhen, don't worry and use your big cat tiger to continue your undefeated legend. Yes, yes. Many people said. Yes, yes. Even more people said. If you win, you have to win happily. Even if you lose, you have to lose gracefully. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Since everyone is so interested, I'll be frank too. Tomorrow, I'll bet 3,000 purple cloud coins, including today's winnings, plus interest. I'll take them all out to play. Anyone can bet with me. This amount of money doesn't count to me. But I'm worried that you won't be able to raise enough money. Take advantage of this time to prepare. Ha ha! If I win, I'll win big. If I lose, I'll lose everything. Damn it, it's really not satisfying. Everyone once again let out a burst of cheers. However, after the cheers, 10% of the people frowned and sighed. 3,000 purple cloud coins. This amount of money didn't count to big official Zhen, but it was definitely not something that anyone could take out. At least in this beast fighting coliseum, only 3 big clans could afford this amount of money. Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan. These 3 influential clans in Purple Cloud City. However, even if these 3 clans wanted to take out this amount of money, it wouldn't be easy for them to do so. Especially the Jin family. They had only lost 2,000 purple cloud coins today. Even after deducting their losses from the other bets, they were still in a deficit of 1,800 purple cloud coins. If they had to fork out another 3,000 purple cloud coins, it would be fine if they won. But if they lost, it would be a huge blow to their family's strength, and it might even cause their family's strength to drop. But looking at the docile cat tiger beside Jin Yukai, and then thinking of his cowardly performance in the competition, as well as his poise, the eyes of these 3 clans who had taken out enough money to bet lit up. They stared closely at the cat tiger. Bet or not bet? Was it worth it to take out 1/10 of their clan's assets to bet on this bet? Also, how confident were they? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.